Morning. We have to confirm the minutes of our last meeting. Any comments, please? No? Then let's go on to the second agenda item. Since the last meeting, the administration has not issued any information papers for members, okay? And the agenda for our next meeting. Please refer to the list of outstanding items and the list of follow-up issues. In fact, we have quite an exhaustive list. The next meeting is scheduled for the 19th of February at 10:45 in room 1. And the administration has got 2 items for us. First is integrated community-based services for offenders, and the second is promoting active aging. What do members think about this? Mr. TANG, Ka-piu. Chairman, I have no objection to the 2 items lined up for the next meeting. And Mr. Wai-keung and I myself have raised an issue about the non-renewal of contracts of social welfare departments, non-civil service contracts, community work organizers. 68 community work organizers would lose their job on the 31st of March because of the decision to outsource. So this is already quite imminent, and also the quality of service outsourced to contractors. I hope that we can squeeze this item in the next regular meeting, even for 30 minutes or 45 minutes is better than nothing. Okay, any other suggestions, please? Judging from our timetable, I think it's possible. But for the 2 proposals from the administration, we have received views from community organizations. The last term was discussing sex violence, and I don't know, for whatever reasons, the administration has decided to categorize different types of cases, and the number of sex violence cases seems to have reduced. And I think this is quite an urgent matter. These matters is one too many, even if there's just one case. And so there are issues that the community would like us to discuss earlier. So may I ask members' views on this, please? Deputy Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding sex violence, there was a discussion in the last term, but the administration hasn't consolidated different documents and statistics for us. I suggested we have an item on this at our next meeting, and just defer the item on promoting active aging, which is a more general matter. And I also agree with Mr. TANG, Ka-piu that the item should be advanced because it is quite an pressing issue, and the workers concerned should be allowed to air their grievance here. Dr. Fernando Zhang, I also agree that we defer the discussion of promoting active aging because we have too many items lined up for one meeting. We won't be able to cover them comprehensively. So I agree that we should have sex violence and also Mr. TANG, Ka-piu's proposal at the next meeting, since they are more pressing. All right, any other views? If not, then we add 2 representing the communities concerned, and then we also have that item suggested by the administration, integrated community-based services for offenders. I think we have a policy briefing next Monday for the policy address. But from what I've heard this morning, the administration is going to have a medium and long-term measures for alleviation of poverty and welfare matters. Well, this is a good idea, and I think we should take this opportunity at the beginning of a new term that we ask the administration whether the social welfare services should continue to be planned on a 5 or 10 year basis. Now, if we defer this item until March, or by then the budget will be released. So, what about dealing with integrated? How about we defer integrated community-based services for offenders? Well, I think we should discuss policies first in order to attain with the release of the policy address. I believe the CE would map out his blueprint for the coming 5 years in his first policy address. So I think it's good that we talk about the overall planning of civil service. That being the case, we will not have the 2 proposals from the administration in February. We should discuss the long, medium, and long-term planning of social services, and we should invite deputations too. I believe a normal 2-hour session will not be sufficient. How about extending that meeting as well? So please allow me to work it out with the deputy chairman. I think 1 hour, another 1 hour at least should be enough, okay? Any views? So the next meeting will be a 3-hour session? That's correct, okay? If members are agreeable, we have 3 items for the next meeting, and we'll apologize to the administration for deferring their 2 suggestions. So we'll talk about the medium and long-term planning of social services. And second, sex violence, a change of policy on the part of the administration. I think the purpose is to suppress the number of cases by recategorizing the different cases. And then another pressing issue is the non-renewal of contracts of SWD's non-civil service contract community work organizations. It might appear to be a labor dispute on service, but in fact it is about our social welfare policy. Mr. Nishu promised us that for NCSC staff that have served for that positions that have been placed for more than 5 years, they should be turned to permanent positions. All right. If there is no objection, thank you very much. That's it. That will be the agenda for February. And please refer to item 13 of our list of outstanding issues. The Social Enterprise Development Fund has changed its name to Social Innovation and Enterprise Development Fund, and the Commission on Poverty has up a task force to manage this fund, or to look at this fund, and is now taken over by the CS4A's office, and the the HAB has proposed to delete this item from our list of outstanding issues. So, members, comments, please. Deputy Chairman, no, I don't believe the item should be deleted, although the department responsible is now changed. All right, if no comments, and the subcommittee on poverty alleviation has decided to discuss the issue of social enterprise, and has also included that in its terms of reference. So can we agree that this item be taken up by the subcommittee, please? Dr. Fernando, it doesn't matter. It's either this panel or that subcommittee. All right, then we will allow the subcommittee to take care of this. Speaker was off mic. All right. Item 5 of our list of outstanding issues, review of the system for processing applications for disability allowance under the Social Security Allowance Scheme. At a meeting dated the 10th of December, it was decided that we hold a special meeting in late February to discuss with the administration and stakeholders. Well, we now propose a date, and that's the 25th of February at 4:30, a Monday, 4:30 in the afternoon. Is it okay for us to have the special meeting on that day? Okay. All right. If there's no objection, then yes, a special meeting. That will be it. Okay. Now let's start our agenda proper. Please invite the administration and deputations to join us. Good morning. Good morning to you all.
Oh. Hi. Good
morning. Good morning, everybody. Yes, our staff will assist you to be seated. Yes, our staff will help you to find your seat. Good morning. Let's get started first. Please make use of the earpiece in front of you. Clip it onto your ear. Channel 0 is the floor. Channel 1, Cantonese. Channel 2, English. All right. Do you see the panel with numbers in front of you? Welcome, everybody. We are quite pressed for time. This morning, we are going to meet for 5 hours. So we do have speaking time limit for everyone. We'll start with a briefing from the administration first. Administration, please walk us through the paper. Assistant or Director. Thank you, Madam Chair. The paper reports to members the progress of the implementation of the licensing scheme to regulate residential care homes for persons with disabilities. The Residential Care Homes Persons with Disabilities Ordinance came into operation on the 1st of November 2011. It regulates RCHDs using a licensing regime to ensure that they reach an acceptable service standard. Well, the Secretary for Labour and Welfare has already made the relevant regulations, and SWD has also issued code of practice. The grace period would expire on the 17th of May this year. During the grace period, individual RCHDs are given sufficient time to make arrangements to apply for a license or certificate of exemption. Since the implementation of the ordinance, we've also set up the licensing office of residential care homes for persons with disabilities to enforce the licensing requirements.
Apart from assistance given to them in terms of licensing applications, there are also two separate schemes to assist private RCHDs. They are financial assistance schemes for private RCHDs and pilot workplace scheme for private RCHDs. And there are also training courses for the staff, say for example health worker training courses and those in relation to infection control. Licensing is in progress. Starting from the 1st of January, there are altogether 312 RCHDs. 78 of them are subvented, 231 of them and are private ones, and we have altogether received over 200 applications, and 10 of them have already received our approvals, and 147 of them have been issued with a certificate of exemption. And in terms of improvements, $39 million was allocated from the Lotteries Fund for improvement of the facilities at the homes. And we've asked operators of the homes to make applications, and as of the 1st of January this year, we've received 2 applications. On the face of it, it is a small number, but some of them, the private ones, apply for a certificate of exemption, and we have put in conditions for improvement works, and we believe that afterwards we will receive applications from private RCHDs to put in place these facilities. For subvented and private RCHDs through the Lotteries Fund, they will put in place improvement works. Starting as at the 1st of January, we have received 111 applications. 59 of them have already been approved. At the same time, we have pilot workplace scheme for private RCHDs, and this has received funding of $70 million from the Lotteries Fund, and we will buy 300 places, and this will last for 4 years. As at the 1st of January this year, 6 private RCHDs have successfully joined the PBS, the workplace scheme, providing a total of 245 places. The Social Welfare Department have set up a service quality group which comprises PWDs, family members and stakeholders to give views. A midterm review is being conducted by the department to keep track of the progress and to refine the operational details as appropriate. And in relation to training courses, health worker training courses, and regulation stipulates certain requirements. We have approved 16 organizations offering such training courses, offering 56 training courses applicable to RCHDs. Employees Retraining Board provide training places to encourage staff and health workers already on the job to enroll for approved courses and then to register as health workers. As of the 1st of January this year, more than 400 graduates of the health worker training courses have been registered as health workers under the regulation. And in terms of public information, through different channels, information has been disseminated. We have also published a booklet for reference. The administration has plans to, before the expiry of the grace period, issue a commencement notice to put into operation section part 2 of the ordinance. So if one operates an RCHD without a COE or without a license, it is an offense. We will submit the commencement notice to the LegCo to appoint the commencement day for part 2 of the ordinance. And this is my presentation. I am happy to listen to the views of deputations and members. I would like to say to the deputations that because of time limitations, 3 minutes for each deputation, and I would like to remind you all that what you say is not protected by the LegCo, the Powers and Privileges Ordinance. Your submissions are not covered by the LCP&P Ordinance either. First of all, I'd like to invite 香港區私營院舍聯會 Vice Chairman Ms. Yuen-han. Good morning. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that at the moment, inmates living in RCHDs, they receive double benefit. The charge of the RCHDs are fully subsidized by the government. Carers or family members will receive an additional $1,500 to $1,800 as pocket money. However, inmates living in our residential homes don't receive such pocket money. I do think that they receive from the same condition. They are of the same condition and they receive the same level of treatment, but they don't receive this pocket money. It is unfair. We've discussed with the parents. We have to apply for license. We have to operate. This poses a burden on our cost. And that has to be paid out of our own pockets. We're discussing with parents some proposals we would like to reach. Reach an agreement. To work on a proposal that is mutually acceptable to us. We would like to fight for 1,500 pocket money for the patient staying with us. I ask Chairman Yu to help us. Thank you. Next is 爭取資助院舍聯席 Vice Convener Mr. Lam Lai Shing. Good morning. I would like to say that the licensing system of the RCHDs. In 2012, December, dated the 20th, that was the deadline for the application, and a number of RCHDs have received exemption, particularly private ones and also self-financing ones. I'd like to ask Madam Chair, we're told there was a grace period of 18 months. However, very often they get exemptions because of works in progress. And if these works are further delayed, what measures will the administration have in place? Is exemption going to be given to them endlessly? And I would like to see some regulations to monitor the private RCHDs, to monitor their works with members of stakeholders. Can you set it out under the licensing scheme? This will be conducive to effective monitoring and enhancement of transparency in the operation of private homes. Next is from the Labour Party, Mr. Lo Ho-yun. We would like to monitor the quality of RCHDs, whatever form they are, subvented, private or self-financing, because quality varies. Of course, our general direction is that those financed, subvented ones will be the backbone, supplemented by other homes. The government should be committed in this regard. We receive comments from users and their families about a number of problems. First, training and staff. A lot of private homes suffers from a shortage of manpower, especially during night time. We understand that under the code of practice, that is only intensive care requires 2 staff members to be on duty, or high-level care homes. Should there be an adjustment to the staff requirements when it comes to the evening shift to take good care of the patients? Of course, we see that there are training courses for health workers. Apart from health workers, will there be training courses for other staff members? Of course, the threshold may be different, but will there be similar courses? And when it comes to categorization, there are high level, medium, and low care levels, and also a hybrid or a mixture. But for different people, the level of care is different. Some people told us that in the same home, there are people suffering from psychiatric mental illness or other illnesses. Can there be a categorization for different homes to cater for different people suffering from the similar condition? And on top of that, there is monitoring. After the 18-month grace period, what about enforcement and regulation? Would it be more stringent to effectively monitor the quality, regulate the quality of homes? What about stakeholders? Will the people staying in homes and their family members be able to monitor their quality? Next is Hong Kong Private Hospital for Rehabilitation Association Chairman, Mr. Wong. Well, actually, I am here in place of Mr. Lee, our chairman. Yes, last night, unfortunately, Mr. Lee was attacked by an inmate, and he was hospitalized. That's why I'm here. In homes like ours, being attacked by an inmate is commonplace. This is reflected in the increment of our premiums of employee insurance every year. Application for certificate of examination has started, but there aren't many homes who have applied for them, and just over half of them have got the exemption. A lot of us are still waiting. We wait and see when we're making calculations. Because when it comes to improvement works, the cost has been on the increase. We have to make applications to the town planning. We have to pay a hefty cost to consultants to deal with that. We may get 40% of subsidies from the improvement works, but with cost increasing, with the cost of the works, project cost increasing, our cost increases as well. So, can these homes survive after 18 months? Can they still make use of the fund to carry out their improvement works? So a lot of us are still playing it by ear. We can foresee that after 18 months, when application for license starts, some of them would have been phased out as a result. We're saving month by month in preparation for the improvement works. The gentleman talked about the renewal of the exemption for quite some time. Well, there are a lot of procedures involved in the application, and it's out of our control. Say, for example, for the town planning, it will take at least 6 months before approval is given for us to make application for the improvement works. We have to wait for 6 months to make the application for improvement works, and then only after that can work start. So we're talking about a long time. There is also the increase of rental, which is increased every year. We'll have to have a very good discussion with our landlord to make sure that we get a lease that will last for as long as we need, taking into account the improvement works, because we'll need at least 2 years. And the Social Welfare Department has been chasing us. Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you. Well, about Board Place. There are 6 homes with receiving 55% subsidy under the Board Place scheme. That is a serious lack of funds. We can barely strike a balance. I hope the department will consider this in their midterm review. Next, the Association of Parents of the Severely Mentally Handicapped. Mr. Poon Shun Kwong. Good morning. I'm a member of the association. And in terms of services to PWDs, I'm a user, a direct user. Now I have a few things to say to the Social Welfare Department. There is a minimum requirement for service quality, and we've been asking, and the department has been asking for the homes to meet the requirement. But we all know that there is shortage of manpower. If a person takes leave, others will have to carry out the work of the person on leave. One of the inmates is my child, and my child was mobile when he or she entered the home, but after 2 months, my child is wheelchair bound. And because of a lot of problems arisen as a result, my child caught pneumonia. I do think there is a problem. Well, in the paper number C447, 12 to 13, well, there is only one healthcare in each shift, and a number of clerical staff, drivers, taking care of 40 people. And is that establishment sufficient? I ask all of you to consider this. Mentally handicapped persons are human beings, and they have human rights. They are entitled to proper care. This responsibility cannot be shirked. When it comes to quality of private homes, you can't guarantee quality, because that is very difficult. Whenever there are inspections, the department will issue notice, and they will put on a show. You won't be able to inspect anything. Under the Board Place pilot scheme and all the initiatives to encourage more private homes, the government is only trying to shift the responsibility onto the private sector. You can ask the users. Even with the minimum service requirement, private homes are there to make a profit. They may put their heart into it, but still they want to make a profit. Why can't it be done by direct subvention? so that we will all get a decent quality of care. Please consider it. And I would like to reiterate that once you're admitted, PWDs and those that are mentally handicapped have 2 different waiting queues, and the waiting time is unbelievably long. You may die before you are admitted. Please reflect the situation to the administration to provide more places in public and private homes. Please, I apologize for overrunning. I still have a lot more to say, but I've run out of time.
多謝。
Thank you. Sorry of the time constraint. Next, we have Mr. Chung Kim Kwong from the Association of Private RCHDs, New Territories East. I would like to respond to what was said earlier. That is, in the sector, most of us are still wait and seeing. We are not sure whether we can continue with the operation in the future. For the private RCHDs, we are not like those vendor ones with land provided by the government. We have to identify site ourselves. And in that case, we have difficulties in identifying sites, and even if we get a piece of land, we have to get a license. For small house development, people have to go to the relevant department to apply for the change of use. So if you want to change the land use so that it will be turned into a residential homes, you have to go through lots of steps. 20, 30 years ago, the government proposed to build hostels for PWBs in public housing estates, and it encountered lots of difficulties. That's because of the discrimination of local people towards the PWDs. And we're facing the same problems. In the past, we did not have to get a license to operate. You can say that we could operate without any worries. But now, with the licensing system, we have to go through steps for change of land use, and we have to consult the local residents and the kaifongs, and inevitably we face opposition from them. This is what most of the RCHDs are facing. Now, for the local residents, they can simply say that the value of the building will be lowered. This is reasons already. For the lawmakers, they value votes, but maybe the PWDs, they do not have much say in this regard, and so some potential lawmakers even take the initiative to rally opposition in the local community against PWDs. According to government documents, there are only 78 private residential homes. Several have already closed down, maybe because of the shortage or the shortcomings in terms of hardware. But in the future, we can see that some RCHDs may not be built on the ground floor because upstairs there are people living. We do not want the PWDs to be discriminated against. For the private RCHDs, it will take a long time before we can get the relevant papers ready. So we ask for a longer time. I understand that SWD will help us. But if we really go beyond the deadline of the exemption, I hope we will be given more time. And we only enjoy 65% of usage rate of the residential CHDs. I don't know if it's accurate, but as far as I understand, we do not have any newcomers in the sector. For the existing homes, they have already exceeded the number of intakes already. So I can imagine that some inmates may not be a place to live in. Next, we have Dr. Shitai Cho, Vice Chairman of the New People's Party. Thank you, Chair Lady. First of all, I have to thank the lawmakers and members of the public who have been fighting for the rights of the PWDs over the years. For our party, we very much welcome the licensing system as under the ordinance. Having listened to the deputation so far, in terms of renovation and the cost they have to put in, I understand that they do not have sufficient resources and they also face rising rentals. We really face a lack of resources and they've been waiting for so long. With all these problems in hand, I'm worried about the closing down of homes. Now, I'm a parent of a mentally handicapped person. I would like to say the following. Recently, we have issued out questionnaires to associations of such parents, and we understand that the parents are not exactly eager to send the children to the homes because the homes are not exactly what they have in mind for their children. Most of these parents rather would like the government to face the aging problem of the PWDs. And with that, they have different needs. For example, they have housing needs, whereas for some others, they need more resources. Some parents also said that the government has been talking for a long time about assistance in the community, but so little has been done. How, if only we can have nurses and services and meal delivery services to these people in the community, that will greatly reduce the needs to send the children to the homes and will greatly help the parents. So don't think you have already completed your share of responsibility with the licensing system. This is just the beginning for you to face up to the needs of the PWDs. The government keeps talking about housing the young people, helping them to get a flat, but shouldn't the PWDs have a priority in this regard because they have been waiting for over 10 years for this? Thank you. Next, Ms. Bonnie Leung, Chairman of Young Civics from Civic Party. Thank you, Chair Lady. I believe the government officials have listened to the difficulties of many of the deputations. So please don't follow the attitude you adopted in the past. I've been in lots of deputation sessions, and usually the government simply listen to our views and they haven't improved on the policies. So I hope this time you will be different and respond to their needs. For our party, some PWDs cannot take care of themselves, and the public and the government cannot has to bear the responsibility to take care of them. Over the years, there have been insufficient supply of residential places. Usually, they have to wait for 6 years on average. From the figures of the government last year, for those severely mentally handicapped people, they have to wait for over 73 months, and for the disabled people, 88 months. For the elderly homes, they have to wait for 38 months. This is really unacceptable to our party. In the policy address and the budget, we asked the government to allocate more resources, over $100 million to relieve their needs in this regard. But it's very regrettable that the government has not listened to our party in this regard. And for the Civic Party, we think this is the year that the government do something. We are also very concerned about the facilities for PWDs in the community. First of all, we ask the government to launch appropriate policies so that the PWDs can take care of themselves and live in the community. The administration should create job opportunities for them. For example, for private companies, they should set a 2% target to employ the PWDs so that PWDs can get a job. We also urge the government to provide assistance, for example, in form of loans or assistance to these people. Right, thank you. Next, Mr. Chen Chi-ho from Xingyun says, 社工聯合小組. I'm very glad that being a social worker, a street fighter, I am sitting in the LACHCO together with Madam Chair to fight for the rights of PWDs. I'm very happy about it. For the professional social workers working in these homes, they earned experience from their work. And they have a mission. And they play a part in promoting advancement in the community and upgrading the living standard of PWDs. We have 3 demands under this licensing system so that we can create a partnership in the community. Our first demand is please bear in mind that the SWD has already created a partnership with the community over the past 4 decades. I hope we can continue with it and to help the private RCHDs to tide over the difficulties they encounter in under the licensing system. Next, to help the private RCHDs and shorten the waiting time for PWDs. So how can we better promote it? Now, during the enactment of the ordinance, you may come to know there have been some improvements to the lives of the PWDs. I have some cases here. For a mentally handicapped person, he was bullied to join a triad society. But with the caring of our workers, this person is now living a happy life. Now, another of our inmates received drug treatment in Heilingchao. We visited him regularly and to give him encouragement. I think we should encourage all these stories, and these stories should be promoted. Our third demand is to raise the amount of subvention for the homes in order to upgrade the lifestyle of the inmates, the quality of life of the inmates. The fees have been increased by $10 of these homes, but that's not enough to pay for fruits for the inmates for every meal, and that's not enough. To take the inmates to go to Hailing Chow and to visit those people who are going through drug treatment services. So we should continue with the partnership and to help the homes to tie over the difficulties under the licensing system. Thank you. Next, from Hong Kong Joint Council of Parents of the Mentally Handicapped, Mrs. Yu. While other members of our association, our council have already spoken, I hope that, regarding the several years that the license system has been in place, I would like to learn more about the progress of the system. So I'm just here to listen to the latest progress from the SWT. All right, thank you very much. We have a deputation and an individual who have not come today, but that's fine. So may I ask the administration to give us their response first? And after that, I'll open the floor for Q&A. Because of the time constraint, I'll allocate 3 minutes to each. Director. Thank you, Chair Lady. I don't think it's good to set a limit to the official. Well, but even without the limit, then I don't think you should speak for too long. Thank you. I'll be succinct and respond to the points made. Thank you for expressing your views, interpretations. In the enactment of the ordinance and the launch of the licensing system, it took us several years, and the final decision already struck a balance between the different stakeholders. We are concerned with the support to the PWDs in the community as well as their needs for residential homes. First of all, let me respond to the licensing system about how it is going. We have been promoting this system, and we have also liaised with the operators of the homes for the private RCHDs. We have this system for COE, that is the certification of exemptions. That is for those homes which have to carry out renovation works. That's why we have the system in place. But the COEs cannot be extended indefinitely. We will examine, we will inspect the situation of the RCHDs and to look at the time they are asking for. Under the ordinance, the COE can last for 3 years at most, but that will not last for so long. We will issue 1-year certificate and we will then inspect the RCHDs. Secondly, we understand that for the private RCHDs, they have to go through lots of steps to carry out the renovations. So we will do our best to help. For the FAS, that can cover up to 60% of the recognized cost. It's just that the operators of the home have to bear 40% of the cost under the financial assistance scheme. They are asked to do that because they have to show that they are committed to the service provision. For the PBPS, that was a 4-year scheme. 300 places will be bought in phases in 4 years. We have already bought for 245 places, and we have a mid-term review coming up, under which we will collect the views of the stakeholders. Now, deputations also mentioned the training for related workers. Yes, there is a registration system for the health workers. We also, and under that, we will look at the organizations providing such programs. For care workers, they also have training. For registration of nurses, for the training of registered nurse, since 2006, we have already provided subsidies to provide such services so that there will be an increase of the nurses. And after their graduation, they are required to work in the welfare service sector. Providing care services in the homes, the government will increase the number of places. We have policies for the short, medium, and long run. For this, we understand that the PWDs have different needs. Some of them may be recovering from mental illness, and some may be mentally handicapped people suffering from various degrees of illnesses. For those severely physically disabled people, I believe they can receive services from the residential homes. I understand that. So we have to increase the number of places in our CHDs. And under the licensing system, together with the bought place system, we can also upgrade the service quality.
Dr. Shi talked about services other than residential care, and that is community care. We set a lot of store by this. We understand that this is important, and we're carrying out a trial scheme to provide community support for the severely handicapped. So we offer home care services in 4 districts. We hope that we can learn from the trial scheme and see how we can further enhance the relevant services. And there is also a transitional support center for residents of RCHs moving back to the community, where this is now a regularized services under the Care and Community Fund, Community Care Fund. We have also projects to offer community support. In implementing the licensing scheme and also the FAS and BPS, we've always listened to the views of stakeholders, and the views have been taken on board. For instance, under the BPS, during the discussion, there was the proposal that there should be enhanced social worker support, so that residents can be given rehabilitation and community support, and we've added that to our FAS or BPS. Well, since the implementation of the scheme, 5 private RCHDS have closed down for reorganization of services or removal to new places, and 3 private homes have also applied for licenses. We know that after the implementation of the ordinance, there are premises that have failed to meet the requirements, and we will try to understand from them if private homes would like to be relocated or to close down. We will follow up to ensure that the arrangements would not affect the inmates, to ensure that the disruption of services would be minimized. All right, I think I'll pause here, and then I will reply to members' questions later. Okay, 3 minutes each. Dr. Bernardo Zheng. Well, 3 minutes is really too short. In 2006, we started to talk about this, and Madam Chair, I think you still remember that we raised the issue of poor quality of private RCHDS, and the administration claimed that it was okay, and we had to use covered CCTVs with the help of journalists to film how the residents in these homes were tied up and abused. So it was not until then that the administration decided to set up a licensing scheme. So it's been more than 6 years since that. And then on top of that, there's the 18 months of grace period. And after that, such homes can apply for an extension of 3 years. So it will be 10 years before we can ensure that private RCHDs fulfill the licensing requirements. In the last term of LegCo, when the ordinance was enacted, the administration has lowered the staffing and spatial requirements from in its 2002 Code of Practice. We are now in 2013. The Code of Practice 2002, well, the requirements there have to be lowered before the consensus could be reached. And now the private homes are saying here that they have yet to fulfill the new requirements. 312 RCHDs. Now, if I do some calculation, among the 78 private homes, only 10 at most have applied for a license, and the other they deploy stalling tactics. Isn't it pathetic? So do we regard PWDs as human beings? They are allowed to live in such substandard conditions. You look at the Association of Parents of the Severely Mentally Handicapped submission. Well, according to the annex, on average, 5 staff members have to take care of 40 residents, and these are staff members include even clerks, drivers, before they can achieve this ratio of 5 to 40, and they operate on 3-shift basis per day, and the ratio is 1 to 8. So how can they cope? Madam Chair, I have a few questions. Yes, please. Or can you put in your name for the second round, please? Please ask the administration to. All right, you ask all your questions first for the sake of time management. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the more pressing issues are not just a matter of quality and quantity. And there is this big problem exposed by the Association of Parents of the Severely Mentally Handicapped. The waiting time is too long, and some parents are no longer able to take care of their children, and their children are forced to be admitted to private homes, although they are worried about the quality, because the waiting time for subvented homes is far too long. And under the current system, once you have adopted subvention for living in a private home, you have given up your eligibility for subvented home. So this is so unfair. So can the administration tell us whether this is right or wrong? I think people should be allowed to wait for a subvented place regardless of whether they are already in a private home or not. Administration. The licensing system. Well, after discussion with different stakeholders, well, we have to strike a balance. Yes, it's important that we provide care for PWDs, and we have to ensure, we have to see how we can help private RCHDs to be more attractive to those who need the places. And we've introduced the BPS. We have learned from our previous experience from BPS for elderly homes, and in the interim review, we will review the operation of the BPS. Under the BPS, these homes are required to to achieve standards of subvented homes and will only purchase 5% of the places in a home, yet all the other places have to comply, or the whole home will have to comply with the required service standards. And parents and community figures will inspect these premises on an announced basis, so as to promote development in the market and to enhance service quality. All BPS are subvented over subvented places, so we allow service users a choice. If they have opted for a subvented BPS place, then they cannot continue to queue up for a subvented place. But if they subsequently think that they do not like the BPS, then it's just like other residents living in a subvented RCHDS. In the case of emergency, we have relevant arrangements to provide support. As for private homes, they indeed need time to carry out structural alterations. There are 78 private RCHDS. 47 have already submitted their application for license. We hope that using the BPS and also other measures, we can help private homes to fulfill the licensing requirements. Mr. Peter Zhang. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the administration is very sympathetic or considerate to private RCHDs, but judging from what the deputations said, I'm quite worried because they regard the whole thing as a business. They will just close down if their business is not profit making. So less than 10% or a little bit more than 10% of the private homes have applied for a license only. I'm worried that when the grace period expires, many private homes will close down. What contingency measures does the administration have to receive the displaced residents? And of course, these homes will say that their business is not viable. What can you do to help them? The subsidies for residents should be useful for such residents, that they can spend all their CSSA payment to pay the fees of private homes, and then because I know that many recipients would like to keep $1,000 or so as their pocket money. As a result, the CSSA payment left for paying the fees is not too high. It's not too much. And what flexible arrangements do you have to allow private homes to comply with the licensing conditions earlier? For instance, can you offer low-interest loans to them? Because you have such for SMEs, I'd like to know whether you have similar arrangements for private RCHDS. And the BPS, you purchase 19 places, and that you have to ensure that the whole home can comply with the requirements. But you only buy about 55% of the places in a private home. So can you increase that to about 70% so that a private home will not have to increase the fees for their private places so as to meet the staffing requirements of the BPS? Thank you. What will happen after the transitional period? As I said, we have 78 private homes. 47 of them have already submitted applications, and 8 has already been granted a proper license. 16 have got a COE, Certificate of Exemption. So we believe quite a number of private homes intend to continue their operation. And in terms of structural improvements and projects, we will offer assistance as far as possible. We hope that the FAS can help in this regard. And when we consulted BPS, we talked about the SME loan scheme. At briefings, we have already introduced the scheme to the industry. So we will keep a close eye on the development of this issue. We expected that about a dozen or so of private homes will not be able to meet the licensing requirements because of structural constraints, and so some of them might close down. So since the implementation of the scheme, about 5 already closed down, we'll approach them. If they intend to close business or to be relocated, they have to inform the relevant residents 5 months ahead. And if assistance is needed, our district officers will discuss with these private homes. The occupancy rate of private homes is about 69%, so I believe there is room for the displaced residents to find new places. Of course, our greatest concern is the well-being of the residents concerned. And as I said, we're going to conduct a midterm review for BPS. There aren't too many such homes. So regarding the percentage of places to be purchased in a particular home under BPS, we will review it. We'll have to ensure that the private places in a BPS home will be operated under the same standard as their other places. For subvented homes, the monthly fee is about $2,000. CSSA recipients will have some pocket money for themselves. In a private home, CSSA recipients may have to spend all their allowance to pay for the fees. I understand that for residents of private homes, they have to spend their CSSA payments for paying their fees. Well, starting from the beginning of last year, we have introduced a subsidy of $265 for CSSA recipients living in non-subvented homes, and come the 1st of February, this will be slightly this will be revised upwards to $275. Mr. Albert Ho. Yes, I'd like to respond to the point made by Mr. Tang. He said that in the community, some district councillors or legislators might discriminate against private RCHDs in order to gain votes. Now, if there are such cases, I think you should complain to the EOC, and you should complain against the particular political party. Well, as far as the DP is concerned, we respect the rights of PWDs. Since the Richland Garden incident, our position has been made clear. If need be, we will go to the relevant district and explain to residents, and we will support the rights of PWDs and their parents. I hope social workers will not would not be too weak as not to protest or not to make public such cases of discrimination. And I'd like to say the following to the administration. You have given us so many figures and so much explanation. But for us, it all boils down to one issue. Is the problem solved or not? We are concerned about the outcome. It's not that we are poor. It's not that the community feels that this is not an important issue. We believe that this underprivileged group as a whole should be given the right support. The whole community is behind you. And if you need more money, I'm sure the whole community is willing to spend more to ensure that they receive humanitarian care. All right, we're told that this can't work and that can't work, and this whole system is still flawed, and you failed to answer the questions. But Mr. Peter Cheung, if only 10% of them can fulfill your licensing requirements and 90% can't, well, you tell us that you can receive the displaced residents if these homes close down, but you don't really have enough spare capacity to receive all of them. So you have downscaled your requirements in the COD time and again. So what are you going to do? I suggest either you pay more under the BPS or to expand your BPS, or you offer assistance to private homes that intend to continue the operation to upgrade their standards.
It's just simple mathematics. People are waiting to get a place, and every time you come here, you give us explanations, but the problem remains. What is happening? How come you cannot resolve the problem no matter what you do? We're getting annoyed. Can you give us more information? Mr. Ho is very clear that, well, no matter how skilled a person is, he can't do anything without any tools. So, Assistant Director, could you please... Director, could you please tell us what you have in mind? You mentioned about the board place scheme. Through this scheme, we encourage the development of the private sector and to encourage them to improve. 47 out of the 78 private homes have made an application. 20 of them have been issued with a license or a COE, a certificate of exemption. For those with COE, they may have to do a bit more work before they can fulfill all the licensing requirements. It will take time, and we will assess how much time they need. I know that my time is up. But in general, the society finds this unacceptable. People have been waiting for 7 to 8 years and they still haven't got a place. And the current level is unacceptable because it's inhumane. We all support you to improve it. If necessary, you can make funding applications from the Finance Committee. But you've been giving us excuses, talking about a drop in the ocean. Well, if that is the case, buy more places, give more subvention, give more money in subvention. And still, I have yet to hear a timetable. I do think that there should be a timetable when you're waiting for a place. 7 to 8 years is unacceptable. You now say that a lot of homes will close because of the licensing system. I don't think this is the right attitude to tackle the problem. It is dereliction of duty. The problem remains. Director, and in terms of care and support to PWD, residential care is one of them. We will increase the number of subvented places. That is one of our key areas. We will also identify locations for the construction of homes. We have 2 homes in the pipeline. We will ask for funding approval from the FC. And we will enhance our support on the district level. There are some pilot schemes in place. And in the past, there has been pilot schemes being regularized. And that is our general direction. Okay, Well, I'll let members continue to ask questions. Mr. Ka-piu, the director said that there is a basic policy direction. However, when can one get a subvented place? How long does he have to wait? There has never been any answer in this regard. Housing is a really difficult problem. However, the HA, the Housing Authority, still say that they will get their first allocation of PRH units in 3 years. You have to give us the actual figure for us to have a meaningful discussion. You always hide about the waiting time. Me and Dr. Fernando Cheung would like to stick to what we say and get an answer out of you. You mentioned about an 18 months grace period. There is only 4 months remaining. Only 47 out of 78 private homes made an application. What about the remaining? What about the remaining ones? Is it because they don't have a 2-year lease because of the profit level, or they've lost heart? For what reason have they not made an application? If they don't do so now, in 4 months, there are 31 homes. And in each of them we're talking about 50 inmates. So we're talking about 1,500 inmates that will be displaced as a result, and that is unsatisfactory. What about transition? You don't have 1,500 places. This is a substantial number. But you have not given us any solution. What about there is only 4 months left. You assess that there are 20 of them waiting for an answer and 12 of them with the COE. Well, with the COE and those pending, there will be a result in the end. So what is your assessment? Perhaps I will defer to the Assistant Director. Thank you. Just now, member mentioned that 31 private homes that have yet to make an application. We are in close liaison with them. Last year, in November, we issued a letter to them reminding them to make an application, and at the same time, the inspectoral team of the licensing office visited the homes, and they have got an understanding about the situation. As far as we know, 31 of them are actively making preparation to make an application for a license or COE. 12 homes have been issued COE. They are looking for contractors to carry out the improvement works, or they are making applications under the various financing schemes to start the works. We'll have to ask in 4 months' time about the end result, because this is indeed worrying. Assistant Director, perhaps at the end of March you will give us a figure. But maybe in the end it is not as optimistic as you make it out to be. Yes, we will relay to the panel about the situation at the end of the 4-month period. Next, Mr. Poon. I'm also concerned about the issues raised by other members. If at the expiry of the grace period these homes close, the inmates will be affected. And I would like to follow up on another issue, training. You said that 400 of them have already completed the training. When the grace period finishes, there will be an increase in manpower demand. So, can you give us detailed information about the training in the sector? In relation to manpower training, for RCH, these health workers, we have designed some courses for them. Some of them are bridging courses. If they are already in service or in an RCHD, or some of them have been working in RCHEs, residential care homes for the elderly, and targeting different categories, we will provide different training courses, and the required number of training hours is different, and the courses will have to be approved by the SWD. We have already approved the training institutes offering different training courses. At the same time, Employees Retraining Board and some other training organizations have been providing training places. We ask homes under the subvention scheme, under the board place scheme, will have at least half of their staff having received the training. And I've mentioned about training for registered nurse, for enrolled nurse. We have supporting training courses for them. Manpower planning of RCHDs and RCHEs are being overseen by a subcommittee under the relevant panel. We work with them in relation to manpower planning. Starting from February last year, in the Education Bureau, there is a committee in relation to manpower training for elderly services to ensure a healthy development in the sector. Although it is a different sector, they are similar and related. Next, Mr. Chang Pen. You need planning for everything. I'd like to know if the administration will consider setting a cap on the waiting time. Parents or family members would like to know when a place will be given. Will the administration consider that? There is a manpower shortage in the sector. I know there are training places. Still, the sector finds it difficult to recruit. So can you give me some information about graduates of training courses staying in the sector? Would you consider increasing the amount under the board place scheme to enhance or raise the wages of those working in this sector in order to attract new entrants? Apart from buying places, in the coming 5 years, how many more homes will be constructed? How many more places will be offered? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chan. We fully understand the concern on waiting time. We closely monitor the waiting time for different types of homes. There are new homes being built, which allays the pressure on waiting time. So we will continue with our efforts in this regard. A number of factors affect the waiting time, so it's difficult for us to set a cap. Manpower. I mentioned about the number of training programs. Say, for example, for enrolled nurse, 2-year training course are fully subsidized by the Social Welfare Department. It started in 2006. There are altogether 12 batches. 80 to 90% of the graduates stay in the social welfare sector. Board place scheme. The midterm review will look into the operation of the board place scheme and see if there is any room for improvement. The amount is uniform and set under the board place scheme. And we will closely monitor the situation and see if there is any need for any adjustments after the review. Mr. Frankie, I'm a new member and I've read the papers and I've heard from members and deputations. I think it boils down to something very simple. There is consensus. Resources fail to meet the target. How can we enhance assistance to them? This is a group of people that are in need of our assistance. We have about $2,000 billion in reserve. You don't have to touch the capital. Just set aside a bit more from the return on social welfare. I think this is unacceptable because this problem has been in place for a number of years. Do you agree that there is a social consensus on this issue? Number two, will you ask for more resources in the coming financial year to speed up the improvement works of homes? Thank you. When it comes to assistance to PWDs, when it comes to residential care or assistance in general, we realize that there is great demand. We're working with the sector and stakeholders. We need to promote development of the sector. We do it through private homes and also subvented homes. Director, please don't beat about the bush. Just answer the question. I was answering the question. Mr. Yik asked about this. We talk about development of operators and also land or space and manpower. And I have answered when I answer other people's questions. Mr. Chan just now asked a question about the supply of subvented place. In the past years, we have an additional 1,415, and we think that in the coming years that there will be an additional 784 places. That is 10%. My question was, will you ask the Financial Secretary for more resources to expedite the process? Yes, there are difficulties in recruitment in this sector. Well, if the problem exists, if the problem continues, would you consider outsourcing? We will ask for resources from the Financial Secretary. And when it comes to training, we train the local workforce, and I've already mentioned that. When it comes to import workers, there are arrangements in RCHDs. Well, let me say something. Just now, Mr. Frankie Yip, representing Liberal Party, said that all the political parties agree that this group needs our help and they have to be addressed. And when it comes to import of foreign workers, I don't think that it is necessary. He did not answer you, but I would like to say something. Subvented homes have sufficient manpower because they offer a better wage. I think the problem is because of a low wage. I just want to clarify this issue. Thank you. Let's continue. Dr. Fernando Zhang. We do have consensus. We see that people who are in need of a place cannot take care of themselves. The family members are getting old, so they are unable to take care of them. I have handled a number of cases. In some cases, one of the parents passed away. In others, the parents themselves have to be hospitalized. So there's an urgent need to find a place for the child. And by child, I mean he's already a grown up. But they really need a place, and it's impossible to wait. According to official figures, we're talking about 7 to 8 years, but most of the cases have been waiting for about 10 years, over 10 years. There is only a 70% occupancy of private homes. So if you are in urgent need of a place, you will have to go to a private home. But if you go to a private home, you have, in effect, given up your place in the queue. So it is very puzzling in this regard. The administration doesn't feel the urgency, as Mr. Franklin Yik said, that they don't ask for funding. This group of people don't have a voice, so they are just forgotten. If you can't wait for a surrendered place, then you will have to go to a private home. And then you give up your place in the surrendered queue.
發牌搞掂，但係實際上你見到。
But then there you can see that they are adopting this delaying tactic. So these are the really disadvantaged group. What sort of problems these children are facing? The private homes say that they do not have sufficient resources. For myself, I'm getting old already. Perhaps one day my own daughter will have to be admitted to the hospital, but now I'm not in the queue because I'm not old enough. I haven't completely lost the ability to care of my daughter. That's why I cannot even join the queue. It's only when I've lost the ability to take care of her that I can join the queue. That would be too late. I would have to wait for 10 years then. Maybe I would even have passed away by then. So when are you going to tackle this problem? Director, please don't beat about the bush. Everybody is asking you this question. Dr. Fernando Cheng tells you his own situation. In the last term, there was a consensus. There was a need for private housing. It's only in this term that the administration is now getting even a small piece of land for the building of private housing. If you do not face up to this problem, then the problem would get out of hand. So please don't beat about the bush and answer the question directly. Chair Lady, whether we're talking about addressing the needs of the PWDs in the community and in other areas, I think my answer have already addressed the issues. I would like to respond to the urgent need for a place as raised by Dr. Cheng. If the person has joined the queue for the bought place scheme, if he joins the queue for non-bought place scheme, he would not be affected. He will be affected. It's just that he can stay in the queue, but he will not be given the priority. Second round. Since so many of us have already got a consensus, we should ask the administration to give us a timetable. Mr. Chen talked about the supply of nurses, the places. We talk about the same issues, really, and it boils down to the allocation of resources. When we talked about it in 2006, we were in a different situation then. I didn't want to give you a hard time, Director. That's why I proposed to lawmakers Before Mr. Tang, Ka-piu speaks, we should draft a motion for the administration. Mr. Tang. Well, I can see that Dr. Fernando Chang is already drafting it. I want to follow up on the 31 homes, and it amounts to 40% of the homes in the sector. So you cannot just leave them as they are. Maybe they are thinking whether they can make ends meet or break even after the improvement works. Now, all these can be solved gradually. What I'm worried most is that they are not the landowner and they are worried about the rising rental, because this is what's happening in Hong Kong. So for these 31 which have yet to apply for the scheme, how many of them face issues relating to rental? Chairlady, as said, 31 homes have yet to apply for this scheme. We are liaising with them. We inspected the site and look at the situation. So we understand more or less what the situations are. And we see that some of the homes do have the problems, but most of these problems can be handled. We don't want to speculate, but we are quite concerned about them. So in the coming several months, we will liaise with these homes closely. Yes, it may not be fair to speculate, but can you tell us the rough figures? Are we talking about 10, 20? Because with 10 homes, we're talking about 400 inmates stand to be affected. We have to monitor closely. You said that there will be 700 being taken care of in the next 5 years, but with these homes being so uncertain, 400 inmates will be affected. I think we talk about 2 financial years when you talk about the 700 inmates. As for how many of them are affected by rentals, we do not have this figure. For the private homes, they're in different situations, but we do talk to them concerning the licensing system. We have to check whether they cannot operate under the system or whether they only need to go through certain improvement works. Now, I'm going to ask my own questions, and I hope you can give us an answer shortly. First, we agree this group is the worst affected of the disadvantaged group. Can you simply allocate some interest from some funds? Can the government do that? Next question. For the operating cost of private homes, what's the difference of such cost when compared to the cost of the subvented ones? Because if you do not address this matter, you are actually abusing the PWDs. So can you answer my 2 questions now? Maybe you can supplement information later. Now, first question about the resources. Be it residential care homes or taking care of these people in the community, we have to identify site and resources, and we will seek such resources. As for support for training, etc., through lotteries fund and other funds, we take care of these issues. For example, to offer job opportunities to PWDs. Last year, we had measures encouraging employers to do that, and before the end of March, there will be $20,000 subsidy to employers who retrofit offices to cater for the needs of PWDs. For the PBPS, we have two set prices. For the urban areas, $7,800, and new territories, $7,243. And that's the amount of the places. But what do they need? What's lacking for them? The sector have said that for the subvented homes, the site is usually provided by the government, so they don't have to worry about the site. For the private homes, they have to bear the rentals. So there is a difference in terms of operation cost. I think we have a consensus on lots of matters about this. Dr. Fernando Cheung, when I said we draft a motion that is for the director, so that can be passed on to the administration and our views can be expressed directly. Let me have a look at the motion. The waiting time for RCHDs exceed 8 years on average, and there's a shortage of such places in private homes. So the panel urges the administration to replan relevant measures and to set down the criteria for waiting so that within a given time the PWD's needs for places can be addressed. This is a very loosely draft. The administration is now relying on the private homes, and they can only operate when they have the resources. Chair Lady, I suggest we add government allocating more resources to the motion. That is to add that to the motion drafted by Dr. Fernando Cheung, because we now focus on the time limit only, but we have not asked the administration to pledge on allocation of resources to increase that. All right, let me put that in. The panel urges the government to replan the issue and to all right, I add the line to increase the resources to be allocated, to promise to increase the resources to be allocated. All right, any further amendments? If not, let's put it to the vote. Those for, raise your hand, please. So, all present, no one is against it. All right, thank you, deputations, for coming here, and Director, thank you for coming. I understand that the administration faces difficulties, but please try your best. Thank you. The next item on the agenda. That is welfare services to support the victims of domestic violence and their families. We have over 20 deputations. I have to be more stringent in terms of the time limit. And we're talking about support. I understand the deputations are not going to be talking about support alone. They're going to talk about the treatment to the victims in domestic violence as well. That's why I have to be more stringent in terms of time limit so that we can complete the meeting within the time allocated. Let's ask the deputations and the officials in. From the administration, we have Mrs. Alison Lau, Principal Assistant Secretary for Labour and Welfare, Welfare 2, and Mrs. Anna Mack, Deputy Director of Social Welfare, and Mr. Feng Man Chung, Assistant Director of Social Welfare. Welcome. We have over 20 deputations today.
俾政府講半個鐘頭夠，30分鐘好啦。夠嘅，因為係咯。冇30分鐘，冇30分鐘，係應該俾政府官員意見係10分鐘好啦。咁咪冇時間，我哋走咗成5個字走咗。唔係，我覺得佢真係有啲賴貓，政府賴貓頭先拍下，你再編就好。我讀。都冇計意思，我哋啲張超而家明明我哋個嘢嘅時候咧，俾翻個水平出嚟。你頭先同我講，張紅跟咗去貼嗰啲去上去自己屋企手寫出嚟。你知唔知咩事？好，歡迎
All right, welcome deputations. First of all, I have to let you know that we have 22 deputations and 1 individual here, so we're under time pressure today. 3 minutes will be given to each to speak. But before you begin, let me talk about what's available in terms of equipment. This is an earpiece for you for channel 0 on the panel floor. Channel 1 for Cantonese, channel 2 English. Secondly, you will be asked to speak according to the order, and your speech will not be not protected by the powers and privilege of Latch Code Cap 382. That covers the oral speech and also the written submission. I also have to remind deputations, let deputations know that next month we also discuss domestic violence, and we will focus on the existing policies. So you will also be invited to come on the next occasion. That's why I have to ask you to focus on to be succinct today. Administration, can you take us through the paper? My apologies because we overrun in the previous item. Thank you, Chair Lady. Let me take you briefly through the paper. The administration does not tolerate domestic violence, and we adopt a multidisciplinary model as well as three-pronged approach, that is to prevent, stop, and combat domestic violence. We also provide support to victims and their families so that they can start life afresh. As said, we adopt multidisciplinary model approach. That's why on different levels we have various organizations and mechanisms to facilitate our work. For example, on the central level, we have a Committee on Child Abuse (CCA) and Working Group on Combating Violence (WGCV), chaired by Director of SW, working with representatives from Police, Education Bureau, HA, and NGOs. We hope with different experiences we can combat the problem. We also have guidelines in place so that the frontline workers and professionals can handle such cases appropriately. We also have central information system to collect cases. For the figures collected, the statistical figures collected, in the coming year, we will upgrade the central information system so that we can do a better job in terms of information collection. Now, we are very much concerned with the children in domestic violence. So in June last 2011, we also have a standing child fertility review mechanism to identify good practice in related service systems and to suggest improvements in the direction of formulating preventive strategies. On the district level, in the 11 SWD administrative districts, we have District Coordinating Committee on Family and Child Welfare and District Liaison Group on Family Violence to coordinate the provision of support services for victims and to consolidate effort in combating domestic violence. Members are also concerned with the operation level. Our major partner, apart from government departments like police, apart from NGOs, we also work closely with police and hospital authority. As early as 2003, we already set up a referral mechanism with the police. When the police got cases, domestic violence cases, the cases will be referred to SWD with the consent of the victims, and we will identify what sort of resource and services are needed, and the cases will be referred to social workers for follow-up.
We've also provided supportive services such as that of refugee centers. We've increased the number of places in the past few years. So the average occupancy rate is a range of 80 to 90%. And for child residential care services, we've also increased the number of places. Members may recall that in the beginning of this year, we've increased the subsidy for fostering parents. We hope that by foster family care, we can ensure that children don't have to stay in a relatively unfamiliar environment. Of course, we have to enhance the understanding of the subject on the part of our frontline workers. So we've offered training for different sectors, those from the social welfare, police, and medical sectors. So I've talked about intervention, but prevention is just as important. In terms of prevention, we have a publicity campaign called the Strengthening Families and Combating Violence. Well, we appeal to the public to come forward to seek help, and we also strengthen and mobilize the community to report such cases. We would like to enhance individuals' and families' ability in problem solving. Now, if they want to vent their frustration on family members, I hope that they can be equipped with a more appropriate method or way to handle their frustration. We've also enhanced our hotline services. We've heard comments from members that they want to have access to one-stop service from social workers by bringing a hotline. So in 2008, we increased resources to turn our hotline service into one which operates around the clock and manned by social workers. As regards our family services center, we have increased manpower establishment, and we have also increased the number of centers. Using the Yuen-han example, before 2007, not all administrative districts of the SWD has got a team, but now all our 11 districts are provided with such a unit. And we're going to have another 3 new centers, so that we have 16 in total. We talked about the number of places in refuge centers. Well, in 2007, we added a new center. You might be aware of that. It's being run by the TANG Group of Hospital. to stop battering. And then in June 2011, we started a victim support program. This is after incorporating the views from different sectors, and the VSP program was launched in June 2010. We will also assist children who are victims to identify schools and to source schools and also other things. And there will also be people or volunteers to escort child witnesses to appear in court or to accompany victims. For children or mentally incapacitated witnesses, we have a witness support program so that they will be accompanied by a supporter when they have to give evidence in court. We understand that we have to help the victims as well as the batterers so as to change their behavior. So for batterers, we have various types of support, including group programs to help them to control their emotion and to acquire a reasonable and appropriate way of expressing their emotion and to enhance family harmony. We have amended the relevant legislation to cover recipients of care under the scheme. So I pause here and I welcome suggestions from deputations and members so that we can amend our policy to provide even better care and handling of such cases. Thank you. We have a number of deputations. The first is Mr. Thomas Zhang, Community Officer from the Against Elderly Abuse of Hong Kong. Thank you. According to the administration's paper, it's zero tolerance, so on and so forth. So it's just empty talk. Because many frontline workers from integrated family service center in particular are rather rigid. To avoid trouble, they would regard or they would classify domestic violence as family dispute, and they are condoning domestic violence. It's only when the community is awakened or that these social workers will suddenly reclassify family disputes into family violence cases. Well, for some cases, before they erupted into a major crisis, we led them to meet legislators to see how social workers, how superficial social workers were in handling these cases. When you talked about allowing the elderly to age in the community, you're actually asking them to rest in peace in the community. We will support Ms. Wai-keung's another deputation's paper. However, this term of government of LegCo has not followed up on the recommendations by a subcommittee set up in the last term of LegCo. So there is some retrogression in this regard. In dealing with housing matters in particular, some shameless social workers who regard themselves as local delegates to NPC. They explained the policy to victims. They reinterpreted the policies and even distorted the policies, if not for legislators or councillors who could not tolerate such behavior and led these victims to complain to LegCo or even to ask lawyers to negotiate with frontline social workers. Things that would not have improved. Victims would not get the help they deserve. We have successfully helped victims to use legal proceedings to force organizations and social workers that have breached the legislation to apologize to victims. I hope this is not just window dressing. I ask the chairman of the panel and also members of the panel to have pity on victims of domestic violence. Please have mercy on them and reactivate your subcommittee on domestic violence and meet regularly to deal with policies related to domestic violence. For instance, issues of household splitting for HA residents. And I hope members will not just disappear when these meetings discuss relevant issues, because you may face consequences in the future. Thank you. Mr. Jong Pik Mui from Hong Kong Association for Survivors of Human Abuse, KWOK. We agree with Mr. Zhang that the situation is actually deteriorating. Domestic violence may be classified as domestic disputes. For battered women, they need to be rehoused as soon as possible, and the children need new schools. Government intervention should be done as soon as possible. According to the policy, families affected can apply for compassionate rehousing. However, if the police and SWD classify domestic violence as domestic disputes, then these women will not get the support they are entitled to. And women and children threatened by domestic violence may subsequently get a divorce, but if the classification is just a family dispute, again, they will not get the support and help they need. Women need rehousing, and the number of cases of compassionate rehousing under this category is reducing. The number of conditional lease on compassionate ground is reducing. In 2009 to 2011, the total number is 2,727, and only 500 of them was compassionate rehousing. In 2011-10, the number of compassionate rehousing was 2,738, and the number under the category for such women was only 479. So I'd like to ask the administration whether it will review the situation. Thank you. Ms. Su Mei Tiong from KWOK Concerned Group. Female victims of domestic violence were not given any exemption. So once a case is domestic violence, then compassionate rehousing can be granted in 3 months, but there are cases that have been kept on hold for a long time, and many of our children are not protected at all. Some women are not eligible for CSSA as a result, and we are left in destitution. So you really have to relax this 7-year rule for new arrivals. It is the government's responsibility to alleviate poverty and the suffering of single-parent family children should be helped by the government. Women are threatened by previous violence, and they don't want to chase their ex-husbands for maintenance because they dare not face their ex-husbands. As a result, many women cannot have any maintenance, and they are in poverty. And if they apply for CSSA, they are required to go to the family court or legal aid department to recover the maintenance in arrears before they can be granted CSSA. In summary, we hope that the police can have a clear classification, a clear definition for domestic violence, and to differentiate from family dispute. because we don't want a family dispute to get worse and become domestic violence. The SWD should enhance support for such women. You should not use whether the case has been reported to the police as a criterion, and you should help such women to get public housing. And you should tackle the plight of new arrivals and relax the 7-year rule for such women. And you should also help battered women to recover their maintenance from ex. Thank you. Ms. Eva Leung from Hong Kong Federation of Women's Centers. Thank you. Every year, we provide hotline services to over 4,000 women per year, and to offer free lawyer advisory services and counseling and self-help services. We'd like to forward the following views to the panel. First, the housing need of victims of domestic violence. For most of the recipients or service recipients we come across, many of them need assistance in housing and education. And then different units are there to help, including the police and also the SWD, and they have different understanding of the criteria and standards and yardsticks. As a result, the victims have to go to different departments to get the necessary assistance. Some of them are asked to try to rent private accommodation. The rent subsidy under the CSSA is totally out of tune with the rental in the market. So a lot of time is wasted as a result. Many victims are forced to stay in refuge centers for a long time, for far more than 3 months. This is rather inappropriate for the refuge centers as well as the victims, because the turnover of places in the former will be affected. And if these victims are required to stay in private housing, this is very inappropriate, because the rent subsidy get is only $1,000 odd, and even for a partitioned room in some Shui-Po, the rent is over $2,000. The living conditions are so bad. Even for families that are not victims of domestic violence, is also inappropriate. And do you think it is right for victims to stay in such conditions? For those who are living in PRH or TPS, the situation is even more complicated. We have seen cases where the issue is not resolved after more than 10 years, even with assistance from the HA and also SWD. The documents cannot be sorted out after many years. And a counselor to veterans are very important in order to be of help to these families. Under the BIP, there are about 100 places per year, but only very few of them have been taken up. So, resources should be expended to cover other areas. Thank you. What? Yes. I'd like to appeal to the panel. I hope the panel can reactivate its subcommittee on domestic violence and also victims of sex violence. Yes, I get that. On the 19th of February, we will have a meeting, and the agenda will include this topic. Whether we will reactivate the subcommittee, well, we're going to discuss that at the next meeting. If necessary, we can continue our discussion with you after the meeting. Thank you. And please come back again on the 19th of February, because we will talk about the policies related to this item. And next, we have Ms. Yuen-han from Christian Family Service Center, Serene Court. Thank you. And front line, we see many problems faced by women living in refuge centers. I'd like to talk about 4 in particular. These women face unpleasant experience, and they also have to make to make decisions regarding their marriages. And if they want a divorce, they have to deal with legal proceedings, the custody of children, and also their housing needs. All these puts a lot of psychological stress on them. Most women have suffered mental or psychological problems. Some even have a suicidal tendency. They have gone through severe trauma, and yet in the support to help them to deal with the emotional stress is limited. If during their stay in refuge centers, if they have severe emotional stress, if they want to commit suicide, the only thing we can do is to send them to A&E departments. So we hope that there can be more resources from the government to help these women. When they are under mental stress, there should be resources to help them, because they are facing different sources of stress, and they need immediate psychological and medical help. This is most important. Please help refuge centers, because almost every year every month we have a couple of cases of attempted suicide, and this is a big strain on our manpower. And I'd like to talk about the housing needs of such women. All right, they have already lost their marriage, and they are worried about future accommodation. Social workers of integrated family centers have different standards for application for conditional lease under compassionate housing. So I hope that they can standardize their criteria so that such women can be granted rehousing as soon as possible. And frontline social workers have also different standards for classifying domestic violence, as mentioned by other deputations. If the frontline workers have different standards from the eligibility for services, then this is a big problem.
Lastly, when it comes to families, abused families who have special needs, say for example, people have drug addictions, or they have a mental illness, we can't really help them, and they need more help than usual. Next is Government Social Work Officers Association, Mr. James Lam, Secretary. We're happy to hear that on the 19th of February, in relation to domestic violence, that there will be another meeting. On the last occasion, we had the chance to have exchanges with legislators. This is very important. We would like legislators to hear from all sides, from those who need help and frontline social workers. We have the chance to read the submissions from different deputations. If the measures can help the workflow of frontline social workers be smoother, then we will be all ears, and we will keep an open mind to see what we can do to improve. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Lam, you have not given us any submissions, is that right? You talk about social workers and people who need help. Do you have any submissions? No. Well, I know that you have pointed that out, but you have not given me any specifics, say for example problems faced by social workers. Well, we will look at the proposals from different deputations, and we will discuss it. So do you think that there is a shortage of manpower, or what? Well, very often what frontline officers face are problems in their work. Say for example there are hindrances in their work. Say for example, in dealing with cases related to compassionate housing or conditional lease. There are hindrances, and we think there is room for improvement when it comes to removing the barriers. Could you give us a submission, because we want to know whether it's something to do with manpower shortage or resources or what, so that we can have at least something to rely on, please. Next is Hong Kong Chinese Civil Servants Association, Social Worker Officer Grade Branch, Mr. Sam Leung, Chairman. Thank you. Just now, Chairman, you asked about the frontline social workers. I am one, so I can give you some information. In 2009, there was a survey done by the serious cases that we have done. And we've heard that since 2004, there is an increase of manpower by 30%. But the figures stay at 168, which is the same now. So please refer to our survey. Well, you will find mentions about pressure faced by us. 168 people are dealing with over 8,000 cases. At the same time, each person is dealing with over 500 cases. And that is not just the problem, because every year they have to have 16 sessions, 28 conference, and a large number of police referral cases on top of that. And this is something that you will not see. In the past, this part of work is done by a different section. We've been asking for that to be dealt with by a different section, or at least have a different group of people working under the same unit. If you're in a Central Western unit or in some privileged area, people embroiled in custody cases can drag it on for over 10 years. So social workers will have to keep submitting reports, and it takes a lot of work. We've been talking to the housing department to get the means test and information in relation to the means back to the housing department. Because when it comes to means test and eligibility test and the vetting of applications in relation to compassionate housing, it should be done by the housing department. This is not the work of social workers. We're not familiar with it, but this is something that we've been doing every day. Number 3. Well, when it comes to child abuse and spouse abuse, there are also other domestic cases, say for example extended family or among siblings, elderly abuse. But they are not just done by the Family and Child Protection Unit. At the moment, each person is dealing with 90 to 100 cases. It is on a family basis. So you can expect the level of quality that can be provided by us. Thank you. Thank you for telling us the situation. We'll follow that up. Next is Mr. Chen Chung Yao. Oh, he's not here. Next is Against Child Abuse Limited, Director Ms. Jessica Ho. Well, I had 9 points to make, some related to policies, and I will leave that for the next meeting. When it comes to child protection and child abuse, I would like to say something. When it comes to data, there are 3 sets of data, one kept by the SWD, one by the hospital authority, one by the police. I do think that these three sets of data can be collated to reflect to us the real situation. I have 4 points to make when it comes to service. First, the situation after case conference. There are a number of case conferences when it comes to complicated cases. But what about follow-up work? We don't know anything about that. We hope that there will be some kind of mechanism to follow that up. Another point, CCDS, the child's mental and physical development services. This is extended to territory-wide to identify high-risk cases, say, for example, emotional instability or drug abuse, violence, and referral will be made to the Integrated Family Services Center. But there is no data when it comes to follow-up work. A number of the victims in these serious cases remain passive, and there is no active follow-up work on these cases, so we don't know about the situation, and sometimes tragedy happens. And I hope more emphasis can be put on prevention. Visit to families with newborn babies should be put in place. Some countries show that if you have early intervention by visiting families with newborn, can effectively prevent domestic violence and effectively reduce expenditure on social welfare. So I hope that more resources can be put into this area. Another point. I heard that there has been studies on child fatality, but I hope that you won't do studies only after a child has died. Every year, there are children die because of neglect. We should not wait for a child to die. When a serious case happens, we should have an immediate review. And very often, we only see a report 2 years after a child has died or there is a serious case. We don't want to see another baby die of neglect. For the rest, I will save it for the next session. Thank you. Thank you. Next is Mr. Wai-keung, Vice General Secretary of the Labour Party. We have 4 points to make. First, to clearly delineate domestic violence. In January 2009, there was a categorization. So domestic violence has been classified into domestic violence and those of disputes. As a result, the number of domestic violence cases has dropped from 7,278 in 2009 to 2,407 as at January to October 2012. And if the battered spouse strikes back, the police will classify it as just fighting in the family. And very often, these cases are classified as family disputes. And if this case becomes family dispute, then they will not receive appropriate services, say for example counseling service or conditional tenancy. We think that the police should enhance its sensitivity when dealing with such cases and put in more resources to prevent women from suffering from serious battering. And the Domestic and Cohabitation Relationship Violence Ordinance should enable the police to clearly clarify the number of to clarify the domestic violence case. And very often the victims do not receive a CSSA. They have to work, so the children cannot receive proper care. And compassionate housing is on a discretional basis. We hope that these families will be able to receive CSSA and compassionate housing so that they will have financial support and housing support. That should be a domestic violence court. When it comes to custody and access, victims suffer a lot. Victims come across of difficulties, and there should be a family domestic violence court to deal with criminal civil cases and at the same time injunctions, so that victims don't have to go to different courts and the judge will have a full picture. Lastly, there should be a bureau or a committee dealing with maintenance. There may be a court order on maintenance, but that means victims will have to have communication with the ex-husband, and it's very difficult for them to get maintenance from the ex-husband, and very often they don't get it in the end. There should be a special bureau dealing with maintenance to enable victims to claim maintenance and to get maintenance, and to also ensure the ex-husbands will fulfill their difficulties. Next is Association Concerning Sexual Violence Against Women, Executive Director Linda Wong. I'm very happy to hear that on the 19th of February there will be a discussion on policy. So when it comes to domestic violence or sexual violence, I think this is something to do with the traditional mentality that women are inferior. This is something to do with the policy as a whole. I hope that there should be a central mechanism. Next, when it comes to women abuse, starting from 2009, the police have classified domestic violence case into criminal, miscellaneous, and incidents. And we see that the number of cases have dropped from 4,807 from 2009 to 3,163 in 2010, which is a drop by 34%. And in cases of Rain Lily, well, they don't want to have sex with their husband, but they have been subject to constant abuse. Say, for example, they refused money to keep the house, or there are threats to the safety of the family members. So these women are forced to live with their husband and subject to threats of rape. And they don't have support, and they are under serious mental distress. And they may be prone to depression. We have come across a lot of cases. It's difficult for them to handle these cases, because when they want to seek help, some family members will make threats. So they're under tremendous pressure. And when it comes to Muslims, when they are abused, they encounter a lot more difficulties because of the religion, because of language barrier. These cases need to be handled with extra care. So we have to take into account culture and difference in different cases. When it comes to sexual abuse, we have come across cases in which there are incest. We see that the victims suffer a lot of pressure. They blame themselves. We've conducted talks at schools, talking to ethnic minorities of 16 and 17. Their first reaction is to blame themselves because they failed to protect themselves. And I think you should do more in terms of publicity. And lastly, training on healthcare workers. There are screening mechanisms in place to identify women, abused women, and this can be enhanced so that cases can be identified as early as possible, so that they can be given assistance. You have not given us a submission. No, well, I have. For those who have not, please do so as early as possible so that we can be prepared. Next is Harmony House, Ms. Wang Chunmiao. We specialize in dealing with domestic violence. 5% of the cases we've encountered are 2A permit holders, and they've been battered, but they are afraid to seek help. We think that they should be given proper health care support. So we ask the administration to waive the fees when they seek help in public hospitals. 90% of our cases have children, and some of them are exempted from the 7-year residency requirement, so they can get a CSSA, whereas others will have to rely on the child CSSA. We hope that for these cases, the 7-year residency requirement can be waived. Number 3, ethnic minorities and also people in a same-sex relationship. They encounter more difficulties than others, there should be enhanced training, public education to take into account their special needs and to enhance awareness, so that these people will know to seek help. Number 4, the compassionate housing. Well, under this policy, there is this kind of conditional tenancy. In some cases, they can get a recommendation in 2 to 3 weeks. However, for some others with similar background, it would take 3 to 6 months. And by the time they get a housing unit, they would have been staying in a refuge center for more than a year. We ask the vetting procedure and the criteria will have more transparency under this scheme. Well, we have done a survey on over 6,000 children. Over 50% of the children witness domestic violence. They may not be subject to it, but they've been traumatized. We hope that there will be counseling service regularized for these children so that they will know to help and voice their concern, and there should be enhance a liaison between the different departments. Number 6. Well, the children should be given special care. And starting from 2008, there was the anti-violence program mandating bachelors to receive counseling. However, so far there are only 3 cases. We think that under the program, victims will have to take the initiative to take out an injunction to a court for the bachelor to be put under this program. We think that the anti-violence program to be put under the criminal proceedings, so that victims will not have to take out an injunction or a civil litigation before they receive help.
Next, Forthright Caucus, Ms. Ah Ping, member. I am Ah Ping. I'm a victim of domestic violence. In 2010, on 2 occasions, I was attacked by my ex-husband with a hammer. He got drunk and he chased me and attacked me. After I got back from work, and I understood that because I haven't lived in Hong Kong for 7 years, that's why I was not entitled to SSA, and I rented a cubicle flat. I got phone calls from him threatening me every day, and I was so worried I couldn't sleep, and I was kicked out by the landlord. The social worker told me there was nothing he could do. That's why I had to move back with my ex-husband. And on the second occasion, he threatened to chop me to death.
And the social worker said because my ex-husband purchased some property under my name, and so I cannot be eligible for SSA, and then all the asset belongs to my ex, and upon divorce I have to return all assets to him, and then I had to stay in the refuge center. I was not eligible by SSA because I had property on the mainland, and the legal aid department understood our situation and will not help us to dispose of the property on the mainland. And then, and as for SSA, after they heard that ruling by the legal department, I was given CSSA, and then from April 2011 to 2 months ago, I was on CSSA. 2 months ago, my son became of age, and then CSSA was removed. However, I'm now consulting psychiatrist, and I cannot sleep at night because my son is already 18 years old. He has returned to the mainland. to deal with my property there. We have signed to give up all our property and assets. So all assets now belong to my ex. Because we've already signed a document. We are no longer receiving CSA, so we have not had a proper meal for 2 months. We have to eat canned food, and we can't even pay our rent.
I'll come back to you, Yuen-han. Next, DAB, Ms. Cheng Fanlan, Deputy Spokesperson of Welfare Services. Thank you, Chair Lady. Good morning, everyone. When it comes to domestic violence, it is indeed a serious problem in the community. It's saddening and distressing to see these cases. Family members are the closest we have, and yet they resort to violence to one. So you can imagine how it feels to the victims. It seems that for many violence cases, we have many of such cases in the community, violence in the council, violence in the community. For domestic violence, it is also related to the values and the culture in our community. People think that you can resort to violence to solve problems. For domestic violence, usually people are concerned about the physical injuries and the housing needs of the victims. All these are clearly visible, and we deal with these issues. Whereas for the victims, the psychological trauma, the trauma for the entire family, all these pose long-term influence to the victims. Several days ago in Taikushing, there was a tragedy with fertility involving domestic violence. It shows that if we do not respond immediately to domestic violence, they can escalate into tragedy. A child was strangled to death by the mother, and the mother then committed suicide. The most distressing point was that the mother just got out of the hospital before the tragedy. So what happened in our society that we cannot deal with and identify such tragedy as early as possible? Many deputations have spoken, and it seems that the government has lots of policies addressing different aspects. So what's the root of the problem? I think we should carry out reviews to review how serious domestic violence is in Hong Kong. We keep talking about multidisciplinary model and we rely on professionals. How come we do not see any effective results? How come we have varying statistics? I think these are points we have to consider. We have to strengthen the training for professionals, especially those for the police, because they are the ones who respond to the cases promptly. We also have to enhance the coordination amongst frontline workers and frontline professionals. I hope we can also set up a team designated for domestic violence. Many deputations talked about services provided to females who are victims of domestic violence. They are being taken care of by social workers. However, I think we should have a designated team to take care of these victims. Next, Ms. Stephanie Wong from Hong Kong Family Welfare Society. For our society, we think legislation, education, and supporting policies are very important. We should combat violence, and we should stop the batterer. we propose that there should be counseling for the batterers, compulsory counseling for them. We should also provide counseling for children who witness domestic violence. The existing measures target the adult victims, but for the child victims, they are also affected in the long run. That's why we should provide counseling services to relieve their distress and to minimize the chances of these children growing up to be batterers themselves. And next point, we should provide more support to checks. If the parents are in a confrontational relationship, there will be further conflicts which may affect the emotions of the children. That's why we hope the administration will give more resources to set up centers for checks of such families. Next point. Parents coordination services should be set up. There are such services overseas, which are to provide services to parents who are in a confrontational relationship. The details are already in the written submission. We should enhance public education. The government should take the lead in combating domestic violence and should allocate resources to NGOs and welfare groups to establish a safe society and to carry out regular reviews of the measures taken. The next point is the most important one. We should set up a group, a cross-disciplinary group combating domestic violence, and there should be working groups under this body to review the measures and policies carried out by the administration. Next, Mr. Tommy J. from Rainbow of Hong Kong. We are the only organization running a center for homosexuals couples who do not have very high awareness of domestic violence in their relationship. It's only in 2010 that after the enactment of the ordinance that they are more aware of the problem. Usually, those who come up for this, voice out the problems. No, usually the family members put distress on them, asking them to see a doctor because of their problems, and sometimes they are even kicked out from their own families. The administration enhances services in terms of hotlines, etc. But what about the extension of services to homosexuals? Usually, shelters are only for women, but for the transsexuals, because on their ID card, the sex has not been changed. That's why they cannot be admitted to the victim shelters. And 4 cases have been referred to the shelter. 3 were turned down by CIS. And just 1.6% of these victims in this sector would voice out their needs. It shows that the administration and the service groups do not quite understand the situation of homosexuals. Usually, social workers refuse to provide services because they don't quite understand what it means by transsexuals. The SWD does not provide sufficient services to homosexuals. On one occasion, they invited a famous doctor to Dr. Kwong to explain such services, but it's not sufficient. Because of this attitude, the homosexuals do not quite trust the SWD when they want to get help. we don't want the homosexuals to live outside. So we have a center admitting these victims. So in 2011, we admitted 17, and last year we admitted 18 of them. On the front line, usually the social workers do not offer help to us. Rather, they make things difficult for us. So we hope the LACHKO will set up a subcommittee on domestic violence to follow up on our cases. Next, Ms. Angela Chung from Transgender Group. Several years ago, I was kicked out by my families because I told them I wanted to go through a transgender procedures, and I was sacked, and I could not afford to rent a flat. I called many occasions, for example, Salvation Army and SEAS for help, but because of my transgender identity, I was rejected. So, for example, they would say the centers only admit male or female victims, so they could not give me help. And they said they do not know what it means by transgender. That is me. I explained to them that means a male going through operation to become a female, but they could not help me. And social workers even told me that you should have expected such treatment, and they could not offer help to me. I was lucky that I am now being helped by Rainbow of Hong Kong, so my situation is better. All right, thank you. Right. Thank you for coming here and letting us know about your situation. Next, Women Coalition of HKSAR, Ms. YY. Our coalition is a coalition for lesbians, and we conducted a survey on assistance provided to victims of domestic violence for lesbians. We conducted the survey because lesbians usually have low awareness of domestic violence. Since the enactment of the ordinance in 2010, we have a substantial rise in victims of domestic violence in lesbian couples. That's because these victims are also maltreated by their own families. SWD, in terms of providing services in this regard to homosexuals, they provide insufficient services only. When the police got reports of domestic violence involving same-sex couples, they do not categorize that as domestic violence cases, and so these victims and the batterers fell out of the system. The batterers are not bad guys. They also need counseling. The SWD, through informal channels, ask how they can get more views from homosexuals, but that's not enough. For many integrated family services centers and for many programs, SWD provides, they have to go through the integrated family services centers. Many of them are with Christian backgrounds. 50,000 Christians came out yesterday, and they gathered to harm the homosexuals. So if the SWD does not take one, that's why homosexuals do not dare to go to the Christian groups. And when they call them, the Christian groups would ask them if they consider switching to being heterosexuals. So even when we receive a case, then we don't know where we can turn to for referral. Do we have grounds to be sufficient that after referrals the cases can be handled properly? So SWD, please face up to the problems we face. Next, Mr. Sham from Rainbow Action, Jimmy Sham. This is just the first step for you to cover homosexuals under the ordinance. For the amendment of the ordinance, I think you should also adjust the services provided. The government has done very little in the past 3 years. Some of us would like to join the working group on combating violence, but we've waited for 2 years and we are still not admitted. So when will SWD allow homosexuals to join the working group? And over the past 3 years, the SWD does not provide sufficient training, just 6 in the past 3 years, and one of which was provided by Dr. Kwong, who was very vocal about objecting homosexuals. And after this has been reviewed, over 20,000 petitions were submitted to SWD voicing our objections. I think this is outrageous. How can you invite someone who thinks homosexuality is a kind of illness to provide such a training?
It's just like racial discrimination. Do you ask racists or who is one for petitioners to come and out to help these people? And there is no training for service providers. Mr. Chen said that many homosexuals have nowhere to turn for help, and it's even more difficult for transsexuals. Well, all the shelters offer places on the basis of for different genders. So for Mr. Zhang, would you ask him to go to a shelter home for female or a male? And according to a survey by the CU Hong Kong, the rate of homosexuals coming out to help is very low because there are many religious bodies against homosexuality, and they're in control of many of these establishments. And in a forum, the SWD said that they would not offer resources and training to social workers to serve homosexuals in particular. So how can you expect homosexuals to come out to seek help? And I hope that when transsexuals will be allowed to join the working group to fight against domestic violence. Secondly, when will the SWD apologize for appointing Dr. Hong Kwai-Wah to help victims of domestic violence? And third, when will resources be provided to help transsexuals? And since the enactment of the domestic violence ordinance, what is the number of requests for help for homosexuals, and how will the administration enhance people's incentive to come for help? And will resources be provided for homosexual groups to offer support and such services for homosexuals? And when will that subcommittee to help domestic violence victims be set up? Thank you, Ms. Wai-keung Association for Concern for Legal Rights of Victims of Domestic Violence. Thank you. We already submitted a document to the panel in 2008. There have been new legislation, but then things have not much improved. According to our report, there is still a lot of room for improvement as far as enforcement and investigation is concerned. And after legislative and procedural amendments, well, if they are not implemented, then they are just empty talk. And then I've asked frontline colleagues and also victims of domestic violence. Well, they have reported to the police. Now, this just happened a few days ago. After reporting a case to the police, a policeman came, and then he left very shortly and just left a card for the victim to call the police again. So the situation is not very different from what it was back in 2008. And also compassionate housing and conditional lease of HD premises. Most victims do not know the legal proceedings, and even the frontline service providers cannot tell what they are. We've seen a case, we've got a few cases who applied for legal aid, and because they hold properties, they are not eligible. But then they have joint ownership of these properties with their husbands, so they cannot dispose of these properties. And then, in a case, the victim was able to dispose of property. However, the down payment by the purchaser was at once handed over to the legal aid. So this is no use at all. And you might have very good policies or legislation, but why is it that this is not come to the frontline officers? And now companies, currently the people who accompany these victims are just like GPS. In fact, they know where to take a bus. Rather, they should tell victims what legal protection they have, what legal assistance can they resort to. And then for the underprivileged, even for the homosexuals, it's important that somebody speak out for them. We have also done a recent survey on domestic violence among ethnic minorities. Although the report is not yet completed, I'd like to draw attention to this because many ethnic minority women cannot have access to current services because of language barrier and also cultural and differences. And many of these women are under family pressure. They cannot leave their families, and it's important that somebody tell back to us what they do is wrong. And then when victims report to the cases to the police, it's important that people tell back to us that they should stop such behavior. So ethnic minorities need help, and I hope special services can be provided to them. And please do not ask them to use the general services available to all because these services just do not fit their needs. Thank you. Mr. Cheng Chong-hwa from the Hong Kong CSSA. Thank you. We have discussed this for more than a decade, so I'd like to share with you two issues this morning. First, better intervention program and also housing support. Well, in 2009 to 11, on average, there were 6,000 odd cases of domestic violence per year. On average, only 18.3 persons have used services under the better intervention program. And as for the AVP, there were 2 cases in 3 years. And let me tell you more statistics. In 2011, from the SWD, there was 5,500 odd cases of domestic violence, and 74 took part in the BIP and 0 in AVP. Yes, the SWD offers a range of services from integrated family support centers and this and that. But I'd like to say that BIP is a special service that cannot be replaced by other programs. It's not that if you do not use the BIP, you can turn to other programs. So the difference is 5,000 odd to 70 odd. So the contrast is so stark. So the government must put more resources in an appropriate manner so that veterans can receive counseling, and by helping veterans turn over a new leaf, we are providing support and protection to victims. All right. Housing needs. Now, victims not want to stay in their family homes. They have to seek accommodation with 1,000 or 3,000 or subsidies they get. You can't even afford a petitioned unit. I agree with the Secretary for Housing and Transport that petitioned units or subdivided units have their value, because the rent subsidy victims get is a far cry from the market rate, and the guidelines for issuing such subsidy is very lax. And the understanding of this criteria is very different. Even when the SWD meets with different NGOs, I think I have heard different interpretations of the relevant eligibility criteria. Now, we are not trying to blame anybody, but why don't we review the situation? Given that the current definition is so broad, can we introduce a scoring system for the guidelines so that we can deal with things fairer, so that we have the same criteria for everyone in the territory, and that different service providers and frontline workers and have the same interpretation of the guidelines. Thank you. So all deputations have spoken. We don't have a lot of time left. We still intend to end by 12:35. So may I ask for permission to extend that to 12:45, because I'm worried that we might not have enough time since we have over 20 deputations. So can we all stay until 12:45? Because I still have one IOB item to discuss with members. Now, whether it be Mrs. Mack or anyone from the administration, you can only have 10 minutes to respond. 7 members or more have already indicated their wish to speak, and I am the 9th. So I ask for your cooperation. I can only allow you 10 minutes, and if you fail to answer the questions, then members can ask supplementary questions. I think we have to deal with new issues raised this morning by the homosexual groups. Mrs. Mack. All right, I will respond to issues of common concern to deputations have spoken this morning. I may not be able to address all the questions within 10 minutes. All right, many deputations talked about the housing arrangements. As we all know, the HD has a compassionate housing scheme. The purpose is to help people who have acute long-term or short-term housing needs, and who are not able to afford or to resolve these problems with their own means. And this rehousing program is not just for the victims of domestic violence, but for different needy persons. All right, such victims are in a difficult situation, and in assessing the cases, frontline officers will consider the merits of each case and all the circumstances relevant. So, do we have different interpretation of the guidelines? Well, in each district, all cases are cleared by our social welfare officer first before they are referred to the HD, and there is sharing and communication between different social welfare officer, and then we have a communication mechanism. If there are particular concern then we can use that mechanism for coordination and analysis. Regarding the statistics, some members talked about the cases of number of referrals. According to figures we've collected from the frontline workers for compassionate rehousing in the past 5 years, it's been over the standard 2,000 as agreed with the HD. In the past 3 years, well, in 2009-10, we recommended 2,727 cases. In 2011, 2,738 cases, and then 2011-12, 2,408 cases. For conditional lease, there were about 20 to 25% of the cases. So for compassionate housing, we will consider the needs, and recommendations will be made on the basis of our criteria. Some deputations said that for some cases they were handled within a few months, and some had to wait for more than a year. I hope deputations understand that all cases are different. On the surface, they may look very similar, but the handling and the resources of the cases differ from case to case. So if we have identified a case suitable for compassionate housing, we'll refer it to the HD at once. We have this performance pledge of 6 weeks. We have to refer a case within that time frame. For really urgent cases, we know that HD offers priority treatment. For cases that have to wait longer, perhaps they are more complicated, or the information provided needs time to process. For instance, there were cases when the marital status and also properties held by the victims had needed time to settle. But I hope you understand that we will try to offer timely assistance as far as possible. And some deputations talked about CSSA and also hot pot rice, so-called. And some members asked what I think there was questioning look on many members here. I think it is important that we use our public resources properly. So for CSS cases, we have the 7-year rule. But for really worthy cases, the Director of Social Welfare has the power to exercise discretion and waive the requirement of 7 years of residence in Hong Kong. So we do deal with cases flexibly. And then the training of social workers. Perhaps I'm not in the best position to answer this question, because for many deputations present, they are social workers. In offering training, our intention is to provide the most suitable services for our for the victims. And some deputations here talked about the situation of homosexuals. I hope that through training we can equip our social workers with the ability to look at issues from various perspectives. So when faced with sexual minorities, we hope that we can have have more feedback from you so that we can understand your needs. We have taken part in forums for sexual minorities. We've met some of you, and in the past year there have been 3 meetings between our staff and these organizations. And I think on one occasion NGO representatives were also invited to attend. Well, if you may not be happy with some of the services available now, but let me assure you that our intention is to improve the quality and quantity of our services so that we can meet your needs better. And some deputations talked about the review of serious cases. Let me share with you the experience of other jurisdictions. Not many jurisdictions have such a provision because it is hard to define what is meant by a serious case. A lot of discussions will be needed, and it also involves the privacy of people still alive. So we have to be very cautious because we have to protect people's personal privacy. And if there are criminal investigations being conducted by the police, we also have to be very cautious when handling such information. And our priority, in fact, is to provide services needed by the persons concerned. That's our priority. However, we maintain an open mind. I think we have to have more detailed discussion before we decide what is a better approach. Whenever there is a serious case, there is an internal review mechanism to see how whether there is any room for improvement and how. And for children that are witnesses of domestic violence, mentions made of counseling for them. While we don't have dedicated counseling services for them, when our social workers and clinical psychologists are handling domestic violence cases, they will assess the needs of different parties, including the batterers and also children who are victims or witnesses of domestic violence, and offer assistance where necessary. And our social worker and psychologists would offer assistance to these children on a case-by-case basis.
Just now there are mentions about AVP, anti-violence program, and BIP, batterers program, are two different programs, batterers intervention program. AVP is under the current legislation when a petitioner files for injunction that can be incorporated at the same time. When we provide assistance to victims of domestic violence, we disseminate such information to them. But we have to respect the wish of victims to handle their application, including the victim support scheme. Under the victim support scheme, they will be given assistance and information in relation to legal advice and assistance available. When it comes to batterers counseling service, we're developing this service. While we develop such service that is male, that is centered on male, we centered on women, we have also developed the same from the perspective of male. Sorry, I have overrun. Some of the questions may not have been answered. Hopefully, I will have time to do so later. Thank you, Mrs. Mack. We have 10 members who wish to ask questions. There won't be a second round. If you have any questions, we'll leave it for the next time because we would have used up all the time. We have used more than we're supposed to. Our first member, Mr. Raymond Chan. Just now, Mrs. Mack said that she would listen to all views to fob off the LGBT rights fighters. Their questions are really valid. I don't think 3 minutes is enough for the questions to be answered. And if those present see that the administration is fobbing us, please let us know and ask questions. There are inquiries about number of cases reported, new cases, the ratio between male and female. Do you have such information about cases involving homosexual relationship? We're also talking about cases involving people who have come out and they're subject to battering from family members. Very often they these people seldom ask for assistance because they feel that the administration can't help them and they don't know how to, or they don't know how to help them. So it's a waste of time. The most commonplace case is they wonder how they see homosexuals. Say, for example, 2011, there was a treatment to bend you, to get you straight. So how can you instill confidence of homosexual victims who are in need of help? Because if they approach you, they may be subject to a second round of abuse, mental abuse by you. So have you trained your staff targeting people with a different sexual orientation? Well, I don't think you can give me all the answers, so I'll ask specific questions. In relation to the concerned group of domestic violence, how come you did not involve homosexuals in this group? There are questions asked about transgender, people of a transgender. Are you aware of any cases in which the victims are turned down because people don't know how to handle them? And do you have any ways to tackle them, to tackle these cases? Mrs. Mack. I thank member for the question. In relation to people who are in a homosexual relationship, from January to September last year, we have received 8 cases. You may wonder why the number of cases is so low. I ask you to understand that when we come across cases, we will not specifically ask about the sexual orientation of people who ask for assistance. Of course, sometimes we have to pay special attention because of the sexual orientation of the victims, but that is not the major factor, as I've said. People who are in need of assistance will be given the relevant service in accordance with their needs. And of course, if you have data or figures, you can give it to us so that we will be able to do better, because it will help us understand the general situation. And when it comes to the composition of the committee, under the current system, we don't have any plans to change the composition, but through other channels, say for example sharing sessions, we hope to achieve exchange. And when it comes to resources, we don't have a breakdown of services provided to a specific category of cases under domestic violence. Mr. Raymond Chan, I think you will have to take the question to the next meeting on policy, because Mrs. Mack has failed to answer your question. We can discuss it later on a policy level. Next, Mr. Ronnie Tong. The last government said that they have zero tolerance of domestic violence cases. At the time when the ordinance was passed, a number of undertakings were made. But today, the administration said that they will listen to views. I think it has to be more than that. Were it not for the sheer number of deputations present today, I think that they have to do more. We see that the number has dropped, but it's still not to a level of zero tolerance. I have a question for the administration. After this ordinance has been passed, have they done anything to speed up effective enforcement, to bring about a change, or have they just stick to the old ways and there is no change at all? The administration said in their answer that they have not had a breakdown of resources devoted to different types of cases. That means even though the ordinance has been passed, the department has not changed its way in dealing with these cases. So I want to ask the administration, is it really their stance? And if that is not the case, can you explain to us where the difference lies? And where have they devoted the enhanced efforts in enforcement to? Mrs. Mack. Thank you. After the ordinance has been passed, we have incorporated the change under the ordinance into our training courses. We ask our frontline staff to explain the change in the ordinance to the service users. Under the support program of families, of abused families, we disseminate information to them about the resources. Sorry, I cannot accept your answer. The key area of the legislative change is to criminalize such acts. It's not just to explain the ordinance to them. Have you stepped up your efforts when it comes to prosecution and enforcement? Perhaps I would defer to Ms. Lau. Madam Chair, may I go over the key areas of the ordinance? In 1986, when the ordinance was first enacted, it was a civil. It was a civil litigation to offer protection. People who are in need can take out an injunction. And in 2007 and 2009, we have introduced legislative amendments to expand the scope of the ordinance. In 2007, it includes people who in a former cohabitation relationship or a former relation. And then later it was extended to people who are in cohabitation relationship of the same sex or different sex or in former relationships. We aim at affording protection to victims through the ordinance take-out injunction. So there is no change when it comes to criminal prosecution or enforcement. I would like to ask about the efforts put in. There is no change. The administration said there is zero tolerance. What do you mean by that? Could you please be brief in your answer? Who is to take it? The Social Welfare Department? No. Next time we will ask the police and also the Department of Justice to attend so that we can look into the legislative process. The next we have another meeting. This is the 19th of February. Can you answer us? No. We can leave. We can save it for the next meeting on the 19th of February. We can ask other government departments to attend. Next, Ms. Helena Wong. I thank deputations for coming to speak to us on domestic violence. We all agree that we will have to show more concern on the groups that have been neglected, cross-boundary families, transgender persons, homosexuals and new arrivals, ethnic minorities. Well, from the information, the breakdown is just gender and the period of time stayed in Hong Kong. You said that in 2013 there will be improvement in the information system. I hope the administration will give us some undertaking about how it will be improved. Are you going to incorporate all those groups that have been neglected into this system? When it comes to domestic violence, the administration said that they will adopt a three-pronged approach. First, prevention. If you don't even know the situation of domestic violence, how can you prevent it? How can you have targeted publicity. So when it comes to gender, period of stay in Hong Kong, ethnic minorities, they are vulnerable groups. You need to have the figure for you to have targeted preventative and publicity measures. You said that in 2008, domestic violence, spouse or cohabitant abuse cases 6,843. The first 9 months of 2012, it has dropped to 1,947. So that means there is a great drop, and we should be clapping our hands. Is it the case that you have whitewashed the figures? If you're doing so well that we won't see so many deputations here with us today. Is it the case that you have rigged the figures or juggled the figures so that there will be less number of domestic violence cases, because most of them have been categorized as domestic incidents? And this brings us back to training to frontline officers, including police officers and social workers. What training have they received for them to identify abuse on women, child, elderly people, and what constitutes domestic violence and what constitutes domestic incidents? Director. I thank Manfred for the question. The academy themselves, or the training institutes, they have a basic understanding of the new ordinance, and there are training courses assisting them. We have a definition in place when cases are reported, and I'd like to make an appeal here. We need frontline officers, including those in the social welfare sector, the healthcare sector, and the police force, to report the figure back to us. And the accuracy depends on the information supplied. Ms. Wong, you have mentioned a number of areas. In 2013, when we enhance the information system, we will incorporate such information. Ms. Wong, next time we will ask the police to attend. Well, at the moment, the police have categorized cases into 3 separate categories, and we have great doubts about that. Your time's run out, and we have the police next time. Maybe you can save your question to the next meeting. Next, Dr. Fernando Zhang. Thank you. Back then, we had a subcommittee related to domestic violence, and improvement work has been done, and we have urged the last government to amend the domestic violence ordinance. But since then, there has not been any progress. It has nearly come to a halt. The police and various government departments have been juggling a lot of things, and they have created a category of domestic incident. I don't know what that means. If a report is made to the police and a person's safety is under threat, even if it's a verbal threat, is criminal, let alone physical contact or injury inflicted. But now we have over 10,000 cases of domestic incidents, whereas the number for domestic violence is dropping. Let me refer to the data supplied by the Social Welfare Department. According to the number of cases handled by the Family and Child Protective Services units, over the years there's been only just over 2,000, as Ms. Wong pointed out. The number of cases reported has been on the decrease from over 6,000 to 3,174 to the year before, a drop by more than 50%. I don't know what happened. The definition is very important. Without the definition, then there will be no rehousing. If you're not defined as a domestic violence case, then you will not be able to get compassionate rehousing. If you're a new arrival, you can simply forget it. I thank deputations for attending. You have raised a number of issues: identification, follow-up, assessment, problems encountered in the legal process, manpower shortage, court service quality, and individual issues, say for example ethnic minorities, people with a different sexual orientation, transgender. We need a subcommittee to deal with all these issues. Perhaps the assistant director can give a brief answer. I don't think you can get your answer, but still, it's worth a try. Can you give me a direct answer? Just one question. Children witnessing domestic violence. You said there are follow-up work. I have done some survey. Less than 10% of such children receive counseling service or follow-up work by clinical psychologists or child psychologists. Can you give me more information or an explanation? My survey shows that 90% of the children witness domestic violence. How many of these children have received follow-up work from clinical psychologists or child psychologists? Perhaps you need to compile figures. I think that your answer will amount to nothing. You have to have some figures to support what you say.
Thank you. Now, the social worker would provide counseling and handle the children. Now, Dr. Chang said just 10% are receiving such services. That's because we do not think that all the children who are witnesses of domestic violence would need such services. Next point, I want to talk about the compassionate housing. It's not necessarily that the people have to be victims of domestic violence that they are entitled to the rehousing. So no matter what definition we have of domestic violence, as long as frontline social workers receive such applications, we will look at the service needs of the applicants. So if a victim of domestic incident or a domestic dispute with grave housing needs, their needs will not be neglected. Lawmakers, 6 are still waiting to speak. And we still have another discussion item, which is about retirement protection. So and we'll keep following up on the matter, and especially on the 19th of February when we have the next meeting. So 3 minutes for each. In 2004, we had a domestic tragedy involving the death of 4 people, and many of us were involved in the death inquest. And through the inquest, we have identified the problems of those handling this problem. For example, the 24-hour service, frontline police officers, the investigation, the shelter services, and how cases are being categorized by the police. If only someone from one of these departments offered a helping hand to the victim, she would not have died. If someone accompanied her to go up to the flat, and if someone, for example, someone called the relevant party for her, then she would be fine. That's why the LUSHCO set up a subcommittee to handle such cases, to look at these matters. And it was said that more training should be provided to the police, but we don't know what exactly has been done. For identification, as long as there is evidence, there should be a list on the evidence provided by the police. For example, a table should be submitted, and the categorization should not be decided by the frontline officer, but by an officer of a higher rank, say an inspector. But I don't know what the current position is, so at the next meeting, I would like to have a look at the categorization or the table I've just mentioned. So a victim's call, is he or she going to be diverted to a recorder only? So I hope there will be a list of rights, and I hope we can have more information on caseload. If you have to handle over 100 cases annually, how can you bear such workload? And not to mention, some of them may be serious cases. If you do not address these, we will be left with no solution. What do you mean by domestic incident? If there's just jostling happening in a family, that's not violence. But if something like that happened down the street, is criminal offense. Yes, the court may pass a sentence on otherwise. Yes, Mrs. Mack, I think you have heard the questions. I don't think you can answer them now. Mr. Leung Yu-chung. Thank you, deputations, for coming here. Addressing the housing needs of the female victims have been mentioned. The shelter crisis center, for the usage rate, you said it amounts to 80–90% by the administration. But still some are not admitted, especially at the peak time. So will the administration allocate more resources to this area? Now, we don't want to see any domestic violence cases, but when it happens, where can the victims turn to? So I think giving support to crisis support center and shelter is of utmost importance. Second question, about people with different sexual orientations. The administration said that they would not ask the victims about their sexual orientations because of privacy. But we've heard that such concerned groups have been asking you about such statistics. You don't even have it. So may I suggest to you to ask those who approach you, those victims, if they mind telling you their sexual orientations. If they're fine, then you can jot it down. If not, then that's also fine. Because you have been dogged by concerned groups about the statistics in this area, and you simply shirk the responsibility by saying you haven't asked. So in the future, you can ask people about it. If they don't want to reveal it, then that's fine. Another question is about liaison with the police. As Mr. Albert Ho said, if two people fight, then they will be prosecuted. But usually that's not the case. The police would separate the two parties, and after inquiries, both parties would be prosecuted. So the victim would feel he or she is wronged. That's why in the future they would not voice out their problems. For the frontline officers, because sometimes maybe they want to save effort, they would not handle the issue. So 3 questions for the administration. I think that she can answer the first one. For the others, they can submit a written reply, and administration, please be prepared for the next meeting. Suggestion raised. We are happy to consider that, since we have homosexual representatives here. I would also like to listen to their views, to see if they are asked when they approach us. If they're asked about their sexual orientation when they approach us, I would like to know what their views are. I think after the meeting, they can help you, because this should not be done here and now. You should have done it before the meeting. Next, Mr. TANG Ka-piu. Thank you, Chair Lady. I want to ask questions about 2 areas which may seem minor to you, but I think they are worth our concern. First, in the community, when I came into contact with the local residents, one of the major situations where domestic violence are prevalent are families where people do not earn even over 10,000 per month. So for such victims, they would still live in the PRH flat. So do you have any figures about divorcees still living with their exes in the same PRH flat? In Changcheng is the central, west, south, and Lantau areas under SWD. So for the victims, but then for the victims, they have to go to North Point when they want to seek assistance. Between 2016 and 18, over 20,000 people will be moving in Chongcheng, the public housing estates there. So can you have a better demarcation in terms of service provision? Can you arrange social workers to respond promptly to the needs? Some of the victims cannot even afford to pay for the fares to go to the office to ask for help. Thank you, Chair Lady and Mr. Tang. We do not have figures concerning victims living in the same flat, PRH flat, with the exes, because not all the divorce cases would be where there are victims will be handled by us. You are right that the people in Chongcheng, they will have to go to Wanchai, the office there, to ask for help. So we would make use of service providers in Chongcheng to receive the victims and resort to other means. As for better separation of offices, we'll have to look at the situation before we can decide. I think Mr. Tang has a point, because they are living in remote areas, and so it's difficult for them to go to the urban area to ask for help. So you have to bear that in mind. Next, Ms. Wai-keung. Many colleagues have talked about the unclear definition of domestic disputes and violence when the victims approach the police. Well, even if the figures are not deceiving, I think they are misleading. As for the housing needs, is one of the major problems faced by the victims. Now, for some, the daughter witnesses her mother being physically abused by the father for over 10 years. But the family is living in a private flat, and they cannot afford renting another flat, and they are not entitled to a public housing flat because they're living in a private flat. But there's nothing in the system we can help them. For the children witness, not all of them receive psychological and psychiatric help. Now, I'm quite worried. As I've told you, for that case I mentioned, the daughter grows up to be a nurse, but she suffers from depression and she steals medication for herself. And yes, she did not cry out, but she suffers psychologically. So how come not every child witness receives psychological and psychiatric counseling? Now, next meeting, we're going to invite the police. Well, in some cases, the husband puts a chopper next to the bed. Yes, it's not physical violence, but when the wife approaches the police said she was not beaten. And after the report, the wife was beaten up. And she dared not move out because she was worried she could not rent a flat. So the victims are helpless, and they suffer from psychological and mental problems. So I hope we can come back to these at the next meeting. I think your examples show there is actually a deterioration of the situation. In 2004, after a domestic violence incident case, the administration rolled out policies and set up working groups to collect statistics. It also set up a child protection registry and enhanced manpower in handling such cases. Now, my question is whether the administration can provide information concerning the enhanced measures, whether after these measures you have been able to bring down the number of domestic violence cases. Now, in Taikusheng recently there is a domestic tragedy. Actually, before it happened, the victims approached the administration for help, the SWD for help. Will you make use of this case in handling when you review your current policies and procedures in handling domestic violence? Deputy Director, from the Central Information Center, there is a drop in the domestic violence cases, and we do not see an upward trend for the Taikusheng case you mentioned. As far as we understand, there is no record of domestic violence. I think we can consolidate all these and to discuss them at the next meeting. Mr. Chen Kwok-chu, can the administration provide information on domestic violence and domestic disputes, that is, about the definition and the classification? Secondly, information on uniform criteria in assessing compassionate housing. So, can I have information on the two issues at the next meeting? From SOCO, we understand that every year about 6,000 cases of domestic violence. For these cases, only 84 of counseling cases were reported, and just 2 for the anti-violence service. I think there must be some sort of problems, otherwise we would not see such a small number in terms of usage. So, SWD, can you identify all the reasons behind at the next meeting, so that we can see what we can do to improve these 2 kinds of services? Next, for child witness of domestic violence, how can you enhance services to help them to decide whether service would be provided depending on the children, depending on the experts or professionals? I think this is problematic. For the professionals, they may like to receive as little workload as possible. For the children, you may only see the impact when they grow up. From Harmony House, we understand that over half of the victims do need such services. Next, I hope we can set up a center for same-sex couples. You may say you have 60 IFSC, but these people may not be there to approach you. So can you set up a center, especially for these people?
Well, I hope the director can record all the questions, and then we will discuss them at the next meeting. Now, we have heard more than 20 deputations to tell us their views, and I think there is a very urgent issue. The ordinance was enacted in the last term, and I think it is time a review is done. Perhaps some thing has gone seriously wrong in the legislation. And then, according to the Secretariat, it's not easy for us, it's difficult for us to discuss whether the subcommittee on domestic violence should be set up. All right, but that will be in February. So, now, if we put this item on the list of outstanding items, we have to wait for a long time, and perhaps we can discuss with the House Committee Chairman to tell them this is a big problem. So this is to respond to the request by deputations and to share with them the difficulty we face. Now, if we have pressing issues and we are not yet if there is no vacant slot available under the House Committee, well, we can tack on something to this panel. So before we start the subcommittee, I suggest that at the next meeting we invite the Housing Department, the Police, the Home Affairs Bureau, and the Maintenance Board, and also the HAB to come to discuss with us. But that may not be possible given the long agenda we have next month. Perhaps we are more concerned about the housing needs of victims of domestic violence, and we will perhaps deal with that first. So then that will be the preparation for the next meeting, okay? Please be brief. Dr. Zhang will certainly ask for a subcommittee to be set up. But I know we have a cap that can be at most 8. Well, it's already full. All the slots are taken up. So even the issue on retirement protection is 9th on the list. All right, then we'll just put it on our outstanding issues, and whenever there's something urgent, we can have a discussion in this item, in this panel. And I agree that housing is the most important issue, and also the definition of domestic violence adopted by the police, the SWD, and the Department of Health or the Hospital Authority. That is already quite enough for us. And if there are other issues, we can continue to arrange for discussion in our future panel meetings. Thank you. If there are no comments on this, then I think we would do this next time. We invite the SWD, the Department of Health, and the police to come at our next meeting, and we'll tackle the more important issues first, and then we will work out a list of concerns arising out of this meeting, and we will deal with them one by one. And then we will write a paper as soon as possible to request the setting up of this subcommittee. And I think we can only discuss it at our next meeting. If we want to be really expeditious, we can have a special meeting. I think there was a special joint meeting for 2 panels. So if we want to compete with other panels or subcommittees, we can have a special meeting. Well, next Monday there will be a special welfare services panel for policy initiatives. We can set aside about 5 minutes for that. But I've only allowed 1 hour for that briefing session. Perhaps we can do that after our briefing session. All right. The point is to really to raise with time, so we can have the subcommittee early. All right. Thank you very much, deputations, for your attendance. We hope that you can come again on the 19th of February. And you refer to this retrogression since the enactment of the legislation. And so we welcome you to come back again. And you may also inform stakeholders who are concerned with this matter to come back. All right. Thank you very much, administration, for your attendance. We have an AOB item which is not really directly relevant to you, so you are free to leave or to stay behind. Mr. Tang, Ka-piu would like to set up, and Mrs. Wai-keung have submitted a paper. They want to set up a subcommittee on retirement protection. Mr. Tang. Well, although the OH allowance is already approved, but they have a vetting scheme, so we have to ask whether that will be the final arrangement and enhancement of the MPF. I hope we can include that in our terms of reference, because if we can do so, then even the Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, as well as the Labor and Welfare Bureau, will be involved. Dr. Zhang, of course, I support the setting up of this working group or subcommittee. I asked for its establishment, although it did not get the support of the House Committee. My worry is perhaps the Secretariat can comment. Review of the PFA is certainly part related to retirement protection. My concern is whether a subcommittee under the WSP can discuss MPF issues. Can we invite the FS and TB to take part in our discussion? Can the Secretariat enlighten us on this? Secretary. Yes, we can invite members of the relevant panel to join our discussion. MPF is under the ambit of another panel. Then we should have a joint panel meeting. Do you mean a joint meeting or to invite? No need to have a joint meeting. All we need is to invite the members of the relevant panel to join our discussion. Well, I think I have encountered that scenario in the past. Mr. Tam, yes, I support the setting up of the subcommittee. But we should look at retirement protection from a macro perspective. We should do more than review the MPF system. I think we also have to join the queue first. Is that right? I know that we have already got 2 subcommittees because just now we agreed to set up a subcommittee on domestic violence. According to the Secretary, this one may have to wait until next year. Now there are 8 subcommittees activated. One is under this panel, and the other is under the subcommittee. And perhaps we can ask for some lenient treatment. I have discussed with. I'm going to discuss with the House Committee Chairman, Mr. Tang. I think there can be some flexibility. Now, even though the cap is at 8, but I believe in the first 2 years there should be some spare capacity to have more subcommittees, because come the 3rd and 4th year there will be a lot of bills committees to tackle. All right, Mr. Choi, I'll ask Mr. Choi to discuss with the House Committee Secretariat. All right, if members are agreeable, we will. All right, we will discuss with the House Committee. Thank you very much for your attendance. Well, we don't have to go until 12:45, and we adjourn the meeting here. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Before we do that, this is the last meeting before the Lunar New Year. Oh, all right. Actually, we'll meet again. All right. We still have.